guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk says America will go bankrupt unless the federal deficit is brought under control.
A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country.
Joined by President Trump in an interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News, the head of Doge says inflation will not be cut until they first tackle wasteful spending. Trump blamed the previous administration for the federal deficit, saying he inherited it from President Biden, and added that Musk has found only 1% of the wasteful spending so far, and it could end up amounting to $1 trillion. Luigi Mangioni's next New York court appearance is set for tomorrow.
Mangione, the 26-year-old accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk late last year, is scheduled to appear in New York Supreme Criminal Court in Manhattan. Last week, he released his first statement since the December 4th killing, saying he was overwhelmed by and grateful for everyone who has written to him to share their stories and express their support. Mangione, who has pleaded not guilty to murder, is being housed at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center until he goes to trial. Supporters have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to his defense. I'm Kristen Marks.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell will not seek re-election next year.
The Republican lawmaker made the announcement in a speech on the Senate floor on his 83rd birthday Thursday.
My current term in the Senate will be my last.
McConnell was first elected to the Senate in 1984. He said every day since then he's been humbled by the trust voters placed in him to do their business in Washington, D.C. McConnell broke the record for longest-serving Senate party leader before stepping down in November. I'm Brian Shook.
AAA reports that the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.16. Kauai, Hawaii has the most expensive at $5.19 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi is down to $2.54 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
John Field, a New York activist on behalf of 9/11 first responders, is headed to Washington next week to fight those 20% cuts to the World Trade Center health program by the Department of Government Efficiency.
Shame on them. It's callous, it's mean, it's cruel, it's inhumane.
Field, a construction worker from Long Island, told a New York City radio host on Thursday, cuts to the CDC directly impact the World Trade Center health program.
137,000 people will be affected. Those who are trying to get enrolled into the program, that will take longer. Those who are trying to get their illnesses like cancer and COPD certified, that's going to take longer. More and more people are going to suffer, and people will die.
Field will meet with GOP senators next week and hopes for a sit-down with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Washington State School Superintendent Chris Rakedale says they will continue to follow anti-discrimination programs despite a threat from the U.S. Department of Education. Reichel says diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are legal.
Federal law, state law, as well as some of the interpretation of that law through the courts, makes it really clear that both public and private sector organizations can lean into DEI.
Reichel says the letter from the federal government says it has no legal authority to cut funding. He says Washington has prohibited discrimination since 1998. He's told Washington school districts they should not make any changes. The Dow Jones lost 450 points today. S&P 500 fell by 26. NASDAQ dropped by 93. I'm Anthony Lucero for USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, what do you say? Are you ready for a Friday? Well, ready or not, here it comes. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And we will do the same from time zone to time zone Rolling into the 21st day of February. Yes, it is a Friday, TGIF. Still bundled up tonight. Another night kicking things off at the midnight hour in the teens outside the secret bunker. One difference tonight is it feels a lot colder. Yeah, we were in the teens, but it was pretty calm. The winds, boy, the wind cuts like a knife. Wind chills, brr. Yeah, throw another log on the fire. Hey, there is some, what do you call it, light at the end of the tunnel here. All the cold we've dealt with for the last several weeks, we finally look at the beginning of a warm-up. Old Man Winter begins to release his grip on much of the country. And that will begin as we head through the upcoming weekend. Hallelujah. First things first, though, welcome to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. The weather map tonight, there's not much of anything as far as precipitation's concerned. Just some lingering snow showers, very spotty in nature. Some of which may be pretty heavy. You'll be rolling down the interstate, a dry pavement, and kind of like the snow squalls. We've got some snow shower activity up in the Binghamton, New York area, between Binghamton and Utica. Typical snow shower activity around Buffalo. Yeah, right in the central portions of Pennsylvania, a few snow showers around Pittsburgh. A few spotty snow showers again coming off the lake there in Cleveland. Charleston, West Virginia, up between Charleston and Parkersburg. Not really seeing anything here in Southwest Ohio, just a few very, very light flurries here and there. And as far as the rest of the country is concerned, you've got to get out toward the Denver area before we'll find some additional snow showers. That is beginning to wind down as well. So we've got to get through our Friday. Another very cold night. Now, rather than the extreme cold warnings that we had seen much of this week, not seeing any of those tonight, but there's plenty of cold weather advisories throughout the Deep South. I mean, all the way to the Gulf Coast. Hard freeze warnings nearly into the southernmost reaches of Texas tonight. Yeah, cold advisories all the way down to Punta Gorda, Florida. On the western coast of Florida, hard freeze warnings down into southeast Georgia and northern Florida as well. So it's a cold night. But the storm that unloaded the heavy snow in parts of the central Atlantic is headed out to sea. It's the trailing storm from the Midwest that's been causing some travel difficulties with flurries, snow showers, and even some squalls through this past evening. By this point in the winter, most of us should have our winter driving skills tuned up, right? But with the nature of these snow showers swinging from the Midwest through the Appalachians, from the North Carolina area to Massachusetts, the sun may enhance some of those snow showers this past afternoon. But again, the sun has long set. Things are quieting down. You could see a coating to maybe half inch. We saw that this past morning. We did have some slippery travel during the morning rush Thursday morning. But as those flurries and snow showers sweep off the coastal areas, aside from some heavier lake effect snow showers near the Great Lakes and maybe over the higher terrain of the central Appalachians, most of us can look forward to a day free from falling snow here on Friday. And that would be ahead of the start of a warming trend. Maybe the release from Old Man Winter's grip that has lasted for so many weeks. Indeed. I mentioned Denver. It's a rather compact system, but we did see some heavier snow in parts of Colorado, and that's going to continue overnight tonight into Friday morning. Yeah, most storms that swing eastward across the Rockies tend to be large and get shredded by the higher terrain. Sometimes these smaller, more intense storms can hold together and produce some heavy snow in just a narrow swath just to the north. An example of one such storm is taking place across central Colorado through the day Friday before diving southward over the plains. The heaviest snow will fall as usual over the Rockies west of Denver, but several inches to a half foot of snow may pile up in the city and some of the surrounding areas, especially during the overnight hours tonight. At times, some of that snow may come down at an inch or more per hour outside the mountains, so that would overwhelm even the most efficient road crews, leaving motorists slipping and sliding. In the mountains, snowfall rates may exceed 2 inches per hour for a time. Some roads may actually close. Travel conditions along area highways will deteriorate Thursday evening. Airline delays, flight cancellations from Denver International will probably be mounting. Some snow will extend south of the Palmer Divide and reaching Colorado Springs. Maybe just a few inches forecast for that area, though. Again, due to the compact nature of the storm, much of this snow may slide south of Fort Collins. But in the wake of this system Friday afternoon, temperatures begin to climb into the 30s. So pretty quick, as fast as it comes down, that fresh snow begins to melt, helping with the storm cleanup. Road conditions should improve rather quickly. Now, as temperatures dip Friday night, any slushy, wet areas going to refreeze. A much more substantial melting will occur outside the mountains on Saturday, as look at that forecast high to be near 50 in Denver. While the storm departs in time for the weekend, ski resort conditions should be ideal. Saturday and Sunday will feature at least partial sunshine and light winds for much of the Colorado ski country. Probably a very busy weekend at the big resorts there. Folks trying to get out for the last few times before real spring-like melting gets underway. So speaking of which, we've got the frigid air that built in from eastern Canada that spilled into much of the Northeast. Warmer days are on the way for much of the central and southern states. Milder conditions for the Northeast following extended spells of teeth-chattering chills this month. In some cases, merely turning off the harsh winds and bringing the sun out could work wonders in easing those frigid conditions late February and early March. We have just that sort of thing in store for many areas this weekend into next week. Sunshine alone will give a tremendous lift for those experiencing the wintertime blues. In Chicago, high temperatures will trend upward from the mid-20s this past day. Thursday, you'll be to the upper 30s by Sunday, mid-40s by early next week. A high in the upper 30s would be about average this time of year. In New York City, after temperatures bottomed out in the lower 20s on Saturday morning, you'll rebound to near 50 by Tuesday afternoon. Normal highs would be in the mid-40s for New York City this time of year. An even more dramatic example will be Oklahoma City. Temperatures dipped to near zero Wednesday morning. You'll see temperatures surging to near 70 by the middle of next week. Some of the biggest swings in temperature will occur over portions of the high plains, from the depths of the cold air this week to the peak of the warmth next week. Valentine, Nebraska, you're going to flip from 33 below zero that you saw Thursday morning to near 60 degrees by Monday afternoon. We're talking a swing of 93 degrees. What a difference. Temperature swings of 60 to 75 degrees will be common across Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Yeah, much of this month has been a tremendous onslaught of cold air. Winter storms, as we know, varying in size and intensity. This new weather pattern is shaping up to allow the Arctic air to retreat, storms to be less frequent. Now, there will still be some storms with areas of snow moving through the shifting pattern through much of the month of March. but not such a rapid-fire fashion that we saw here for the last several weeks. AccuWeather's long-range forecasters said other media outlets have been kind of talking about the polar vortex playing a major role in the rounds of very cold air that have visited the central and eastern states. Now, they say from a hardcore scientific standpoint, the storm, polar vortex, located near the North Pole, has essentially remained locked up this winter. It's way up at the high levels in the atmosphere, the stratosphere, as we call it. We really haven't seen a major shift or weakening of that storm this winter, but rather some fluctuations or stretching of the storm that have allowed the pushing of cold air southward into the U.S. High-pressure areas are essentially massive domes of air that contain Arctic air, mild ocean air, or they could contain hot tropical air. Meteorologists look at the high-pressure areas where they originate from to determine how cold or warm the air could potentially be. There was some stretching of the polar vortex in January especially, when much of the central and eastern U.S. had a major outbreak of frigid conditions. So there's a look around the country. It sure feels like a polar vortex. I don't care what you call it. It's just been downright cold. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up at here on a Friday morning as we will not hear from Captain Ron, will we? I think he's got a 3-day weekend. Can't remember what he had on the slate, some testing of some sort, so we'll do it for him. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, lots to cover here this early Friday. Philly Dan on board. TGIF. All right, there you hope everybody has a great weekend. Oh, and he says, goodbye, Mitch McConnell. I thought Mitch had made that announcement weeks ago. I guess yesterday on his birthday, he made it official that he will not be running in 26, so next year. All right, so farewell, Mitch. It's about time. He says he still has some unfinished business to tend to there in D.C., whatever. Cowboy Corey, 13 degrees in Morning View, Kentucky. Safe travels out there. Mary Ann is in the house. Hope everybody enjoys the weekend. Hello, Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. We're at 22 degrees. All right, so he is Columbus bound tonight. Should have a good night for trailer truck in there. Good afternoon, Hammer Down, 24 degrees in New Paltz, New York tonight. There's Larry, round number 4 to Schenectady. Back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for our Saturday run. Pappy's on board. There you go. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. Here we are, deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hotshot secret bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. There you go. The overnight drive frequency waves will run you over, just like the Trump train is running over the swamp rats. Like there's no tomorrow. Kash Patel. Who's that, you say? That, folks, is our new FBI director. Pack your bags, you soon-to-be ex-FBI commies. You're fired. It's TGIF, folks. 14 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. That translates to, it's freaking cold. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw some gas on that fire. Let's get the party started. There you go, 844-844-3388. Call in, be a part of the show. The United States is back, baby. Pretty pleased. It's very surprising. Kash Patel. Yeah, there are. Yeah, you know, who in the Justice Department is shaking in their boots? Roy joins us from Northwest Illinois. Another cold night. We're at least above 0, 6 above, but still feels like -4 this morning. I bet you're looking forward to that warming trend, aren't you? Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Glenn. Cold this morning in Florida. Take your cold air back, Mother Nature. We should rebound back into the 60s later today. So no worries. Everybody be safe out there. All right, Mr. Jack, 12 degrees clear in the horse capital of the world. Of course, we're talking Lexington, Kentucky. So another cold night, 12. Ready for another great show, Steve. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Ken. Oh, from Canada. Hello from Canada. Yes. I had the big game on in the other room, so I was kind of making my way back and forth as I was trying to take care of my show prep. What a great game. Tied at 2-2 at the end of 3 periods. That took them into overtime, and that would have been an overtime that if no one had scored, 20-minute overtimes, none of that 3-on-3 or no shootouts, they would have played until somebody scored, which Canada did in the first overtime period. So Canada wins the 4-country extravaganza there. It was the epic matchup between Team USA and Team Canada, 3-2. Ultimately, the final score. But from the action that I was seeing, man, when they first got into the overtime play, it was, I mean, they were on fire, action from one end to the other, back and forth. We knew it wasn't going to take long. Somebody was going to score a goal. USA, I actually jumped up in the air. I thought we had scored a goal, but I got to tip the hat to that Canadian goalie. He had an incredible night, a great number of saves and blocks, helping to lead Canada to the victory. So they continue to maintain the bragging rights of the best hockey in the world. Okay. Hello, Cookie. Sounds like you're pretty happy there, Steve. So happy it's Friday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, it's the greatest day of the week, Cookie. Let's see. Who else we got? Jerry, good morning. 17 degrees here. Kokomo, Indiana. Have a great day, and tell them you love them because you're not promised tomorrow. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 8 degrees under crystal clear starlit skies in Hannibal, Missouri tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south, leading 6 other bull racks at a high rate of speed. Each truck has 50 to 100 lights. We are lighting up the night. All these freight trucks are parked for the night or pulled over on the shoulder to pay homage as we blow by. It is an epic sight. We're living ever little boy's dream. In 4 hours, I'll be unloaded, headed west to the Maple Leaf City to hang out with the hot blonde wife. Got some grandkids coming over to the Weiss compound for the weekend. It'll be a good time, so have a great weekend, Mr. Summers, and all your worldwide fans. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the home of Samuel Clemens. There you go. I thought we would hear from the Gouger this week. One of these days, he'll be up late enough to call in and give us a full report. But he made it sound like he's probably been in bed about the 9 o'clock hour. He's sleeping at night right about now. We'll just have to wait. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk says America will go bankrupt unless the federal deficit is brought under control.
A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country.
Joined by President Trump in an interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News, the head of DOJ says inflation will not be cut until they first tackle wasteful spending. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell will not seek re-election next year.
The Republican lawmaker made the announcement in a speech on the Senate floor on his 83rd birthday Thursday.
My current term in the Senate will be my last.
McConnell was first elected to the Senate in 1984. He said every day since then he's been humbled by the trust voters placed in him to do their business in Washington, D.C. McConnell broke the record for longest-serving Senate party leader before stepping down in November. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, a couple of other listening friends checking in via Facebook, YouTube. Timothy, good morning. Another cold night in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Hang in there, Timothy. There's warmer weather on the way. Jacqueline on board, 21 degrees here around the Washington Courthouse area. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a cold, windy night at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, 24 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So it's same temperature in Martinsville, Virginia, as it is in Victor, Idaho, because there's Buckeye Boy. In Victor, Idaho, 24 degrees. Went to the top of the mountain at Jackson Hole Ski Resort this past day. The tram was at about 6,300 feet, and we went up over 4,000 feet to the top at 10,300 feet. It was beautiful there, but we couldn't see a lot of the clouds, but the ride down was cool. The temperature was 39 degrees at the base and went down to 23, and the wind was not blowing, so that was great. All stopped at the ice cream shop on the way back, and the grocery store, made a couple of quiche pies, bacon, ham, cheese, potatoes, Lowry's seasoning salt. All right, the kids are going skiing again tomorrow, and they can heat and eat their breakfast there. Okay. Let's see. We're going to probably go to the hot springs, which are fairly close. We'll check them out next time I check in. We'll be back in the state of Georgia. So flying home over the weekend, right? Safe travels. Hope all goes well. Sounds like you've had a very enjoyable trip out there to Idaho. Have a great night, a better weekend, and as always, everybody be careful out there. Tony, hello, Steve, and the Hot Shot Nation from the banks of the Ohio River in southern Illinois. We're at 8 degrees out the door tonight. Well, speaking of Friday, TGIF morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm just glad that all that snow and ice has gone off of the road down here. It's 14 at the house there in North Mississippi, and it's 24 down here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. I'm on my way to Waco this morning there. So, hopefully it'll warm up a little bit. Well, we'll give him till 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to you, Steve, and if he ain't called in by 5, we know you can't count on his word there, right? He did say he would call in this week.
He was supposed. He did say that he's taken some medications that were really knocking him down, and he said by 9 o'clock every night I'm pretty much hitting the hay. But I mean, I said I hope he's feeling better by now.
I understand. Well, I want to give a simplified shout out to Horse Feathers there. He, thanks to the photo of the broad-ass Marine that can wear Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirt. I'll email it to you later, Steve. This is one hefty mama there, let me tell you something. I had a big laugh of it, so did Tennessee. Well, Paige Perinack, she's a golfer there. She catches candy in a cup at his plate between her boobs, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so, I mean, that'd be all right. She could wear one of your T-shirts, too. I guarantee you she'd stuff that T-shirt full there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, all I'd have to say is, damn it, girl. And all I can say now, Steve, is good Googa-mooga when I see her in that T-shirt. Hey, I read that Ford app adds a remote kill switch to keep thieves from stealing the F-150. So you can shut it off at the airport and can't nobody even steal it. Even if they had a key, they couldn't take it. So I think that, and it's coming to all the other models too, but they're starting out on the F-150 there. And golly, Shazam, I better run go tell Sergeant Carter and Andy, Steve. Surprise, surprise, surprise. New tech is making cars less dependable, according to J.D. Power and Associates. I don't know. You reckon that's gonna kill them Ford F-150s?
I'd be interesting to see. Okay.
Yeah. You ever heard of TFC?
TFC? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Texas Fried Chicken. I read that Kentucky Fried Chicken is leaving Louisville.
Yeah, I saw
coming
that.
Down here to Texas.
The headquarters. Yeah, Kentucky's not real happy about that.
Yeah, well, the Oak Ridge Boys should put a new song out now, leaving Kentucky in the broad daylight. You probably touched on this. Explosive-laden goggles sent to the Russian FPV drone operator.
Yes. I have not touched on that, but taking a page right out of the Israeli playbook with the beeper explosions and the walkie-talkie explosions. How about that?
Oh, yeah. That'd be hell sitting up there looking at that screen, and then kabooey, you ain't got a head no more.
Yep.
Hey, we were talking about Jeff Gordon the other night. Guess what? He wants in on the Days of Thunder sequel.
They'll probably find a way to get him in there.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But, yeah, have you ever met somebody so rich that they're stupid?
I can't say that I have.
Well, I haven't either. But I read about a guy that's so rich and stupid. He surprised Tom Brady, TB12. He surprised his son with a $3 million watch at the 2025 Super Bowl. Now,
surprise.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's great. Right. Well, I guess if you got it, spend it. I don't know. You can't take it with you.
Yeah, I know that's right, Jay. Well, I sent you that article the other day about the SEC and the Big Ten there. They had that meeting down there in New Orleans, and they've got some other interesting things out of it. They're going to meet down there in Dallas here in a couple of days. I think that's what it said.
Okay.
And Arch Manning, he showed off his arm strength by throwing marshmallows, Steve. He threw a marshmallow 49 yards and landed right in this guy's mouth. How crazy is that?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a long way to be throwing a marshmallow.
That's a lot of arm strength.
Well, Yes, sir, it is. Well, I heard old Mitch McConnell got a standing ovation when he announced that he wasn't running for re-election. I wonder how many people was glad of that.
Farewell and good riddance.
And
one less swamp dweller.
Oh, yeah, I know what. Yep. Old Rand Paul, he endorsed President Trump 3 months after Election Day. Little late on that one, don't you think?
Yeah, to say the least, yeah.
Yep. Well, that's all of my bull on it for this go round. I'll check in a little later on there, and I'll send you when I get stopped. I'll shoot you an email on that big hootered woman that can wear one of your T-shirts there. And thanks again, Horse Feathers. I had a good laugh out of that.
There you go. All right. Well, I'll be watching for that. Thank you much. And have a good weekend, Knuckle Buster. Captain Ron?
Nope, this is the Captain Ron impersonator.
Yep.
Figured I would fill in for Captain Ron. Yep. And guess what? It's one more day closer to Monday, the greatest day of the week. By the way, I got an update on Captain Ron's wife. She had shoulder surgery. That's why he's out.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I knew he told me something had to be going on, but I couldn't remember.
Yeah, she's got shoulder. I can't even talk. Shoulder surgery. I'll get it out here in a minute. If I got to spit it out and read it. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the details. I've told a couple of the listeners. I told him I'd leave it up to him to announce, but she's doing fine. She's home and recovering good. So, yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, somebody had to fill in for Captain Ron, but I agree with you. Friday's the greatest day of the week, but my Friday is your Saturday, so, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm on that Monday through Friday night schedule. But you know what? I still think for that Friday night show, what you need to do is have a GMA and BS Enterprises infomercial to fill in for you. What do you think? Me to have Charlie, the right-wing nut, maybe the Scarecrow's AWOL, but maybe we can find somebody else. Maybe that Jolly Green Giant or something. What do you think?
Boy. We'll take that under advisement.
All right, Steve. I hope everybody has a safe night. I'm going to back out of here.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks for checking in there. All right, so there you go. Just say a prayer for Captain Ron's wife. In recovery mode, I guess. All right. Despite the incessant smear campaigns spearheaded by the Democrats, the Senate narrowly confirming Kash Patel this past day to serve as director of the FBI. Patel, now the 18th member of Trump's cabinet to be confirmed. As everyone has been, it's pretty much along party lines. 51-49 was the vote. 51 Republicans supporting the nominee, 47 Democrats voting against. Notably, Mitch McConnell actually voted in favor of Patel's confirmation. At the same time, Patel also faced pushback from some Republican senators, with Lisa Murkowski of Alaska voting to tank the nominee. Mr. Patel should be our next FBI director because the FBI has been infected by political bias and weaponized against the American people. Mr. Patel knows it, Mr. Patel exposed it, and Mr. Patel has been targeted for it, said Chuck Grassley this past day. Now, Susan Collins, along with Murkowski and Mitch McConnell, have voted against several of Trump's nominees. Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary. McConnell also voted against Robert F. Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, surprising onlookers for support of Kash Patel. Chuck Grassley said, "I've never seen our law enforcement and intelligence community institutions so badly infected with political decision-making. They have broken faith with We the People. All right, Grassley said during the committee vote, as I mentioned, Patel knows it, Patel exposed it, Patel had been targeted for it. But I guess the draining of the swamp, the house cleaning, will continue for the foreseeable future. All right, before we get back to the calls, a quick update from CDL Life. This past day, Shorty sends me a truck driver facing charges in connection with a fatality that occurred during a large pileup in North Carolina Wednesday. The pileup started about 3 in the afternoon. I-40 westbound at the I-85 southbound connector near Hillsborough, North Carolina. Officials say a crash occurred at 3:02 p.m. on westbound I-40 exit 261. Then a second crash occurred at 3:24 in the same location. Those two crashes stopped traffic, sparking a 53-vehicle pileup along the I-40, I-85 connector. As part of the I-40 pileup, a tractor-trailer driven by William Cromwell Kellum of South Carolina struck the rear of a car driven by Geraldine Day Wilson, a 78-year-old who perished in the crash. The Orange Rural Fire Department reported multiple non-life-threatening injuries. Kellum has been charged with misdemeanor death by motor vehicle and exceeding safe speed for conditions, but ultimately 53 vehicles involved. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, coming your way right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Now, we have not been above the freezing mark since last weekend. Looking at our the local breakdown, we may actually see a 32-degree high temperature Friday afternoon. But that's still not above freezing. Saturday, it looks like 36, the forecast high. Sunshine finally returns. We've had clouds, cold days. All right, we start warming up. 43 Sunday, 50 Monday, and 54 for Tuesday and Wednesday. I hope that trend continues. Thank you so much. Good morning, two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Well, it's Friday, the greatest day of the week as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, I think every day is a great day, but this is an even better day. But I don't ever really get a weekend, so it doesn't really matter, you know.
But you are gonna.
Hey, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
Huh?
You are gonna get to spend at least a night or two with the hot blonde wife.
Oh yeah. We're headed down here, and we're gonna kick these critters off down here in West Tennessee at a sale barn, and then I'm going to turn and burn for Southwest Missouri and hang out with the hot blonde wife. And we got some of our grandkids coming over for the weekend, so get that taken care of, and that'll be a good time. And then we'll be back on the road again Monday.
There you go.
So, I got a question for you. Your dad used to play a routine on some of the breaks where there was two guys, and if I remember right, they were traveling together, and they get in a fight with the Indians, and the one guy's name was Al, and his buddy kept talking to him, and then they would shoot arrows into him, and he'd keep saying ow, 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 and at the end of the whole thing, it was Albuquerque was the name of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Ah, man, that one's not ringing a bell. He played a lot of bits over the years.
Okay, unless anybody listening's ever heard it. I was talking to a guy the other night that I was telling him about your show, and I'm hoping they'll tune in, but we got to talking about your dad's show, and he was remembering that. He always liked that routine, but he didn't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
And so I told him I'd call and see if you knew what. And it was something about they were traveling and they were going to go find a place to stay or something, and the guy kept getting shot with arrows, and then he ended up at the end, he kept calling him Al, and then he said something about see you later, Mr. Buquerque, or something like that.
Albuquerque. Okay. Yeah, he used to play.
And I don't know, maybe if somebody listening remembers it.
Somebody out there may. He played a lot of Hudson and Landry bits. It sounds kind of like that might be something they would have done.
Well, it very well could be. I don't know if we could find it. It'd be kind of funny to listen to it again, or at least find out if it's them that did it. It could probably dig it up on YouTube or something, but
right.
I wouldn't know how to put it in there.
Yep. Well, if somebody knows what it is, I can try and pull it up. Everything's on YouTube these days.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's all out there. I like watching them old Dragnet episodes that are on YouTube, and I went clear back into the 1950s episodes before he had what's his name from MASH on there with him. Watch those, and that's all kind of neat stuff. Get to see some of them old shows and stuff like that. That TV sure was good back in them days. Some good quality programming, a lot better than what they got now, you know. So, but all right, Steve, I won't keep you too long there. Like I said, if you can dig it up, if anybody can find it or something, and now that you said Hudson and Landry, maybe I can look for it myself, because I didn't even know who would have done that.
I'm just thinking that might be it. So are you leading the parade of bull haulers tonight? You got a row of 7 of you out there?
Yeah, we pulled in here. We're at the Loves at New London, fueling up these trucks. They're not so shiny and chrome plated with all this mag chloride from the roads that we've been picking up all the way from Michigan and Wisconsin and all this stuff. I got probably 3/4 of the de-icer in the country all over my truck right now, you know. But yeah, we're gonna head out of here again. They're gonna put me in the lead, and then we take turns leading as we go down there. And I'm the oldest out of the group right now, so they let the senior guy go first, you know.
Yeah.
Then we got a couple of young 20-year-olds, and we're breaking them into how this is done. So they'll get out there and they'll get the opportunity to lead here a little bit later on. But this isn't we're only running about 700 miles on this trip, so we ain't got a long trip or nothing. So we'll get down there and get these kicked off here in the morning and go that way. So it's all good, Steve. So, well, have a good weekend, everybody out there in overnight drive land. And Steve, we'll talk to you later.
All right. If you got, let me see. Yeah, we could. I know you guys are probably a pretty tight community, but do you ever run with Marcus Giddens? They call him Pepper. You recognize that name?
Oh yeah, Pepper. I don't run with him, but I know him, and I've met him, and yeah, he pulls for one of our competitor outfits.
Okay, yeah, his old friend. He went with us on our first or second cruise way back years ago. All right, news break.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Cold weather is impacting millions from the plains to the southeast. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
We're still dealing with flooding. We've had a snowstorm on top of that. Now we're going to deal with frigid temperatures. But, folks, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Parts of the East Coast were hit with a ton of snow, and treacherous travel conditions remain an issue, where more than a foot of snow fell in some areas. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is deciding not to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office, but she is putting limits on his power.
Hochul says she's troubled by the allegations against Adams.
Not just the initial indictment, but also the more recent allegation of a quid pro quo with the Trump administration.
But she believes the will of the voters preclude her power to remove the mayor. Hochul is proposing legislation to create a special inspector general to manage the city's affairs and to give the city council speaker, controller, and public advocate independent authority to take legal action against the federal government. She's also expanding funding for the state controller for city oversight. I'm Kristen Marks.
The White House is marking 1 month since President Trump has been back in office.
There is no denying this administration is off to a historic start.
Officials touted accomplishments in immigration and the economy achieved by Trump since his inauguration. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said Trump has gotten 8 years worth of work done in less than 30 days. Meanwhile, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said CEO confidence is the highest it's been in years. A Texas mother says bullying led her daughter to committing suicide. 11-year-old Jocelyn Carranza was found dead earlier this month. Her mother claims fellow students insulted her, claiming she was in the country illegally. But a friend of Jocelyn, Genesis Arnal, told WOAI she never heard such taunts.
Yeah, but not to her. I've only heard it about people that are saying that ICE was coming and stuff, but that's all I heard.
The school district says an investigation is currently underway. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump's crackdown on illegal aliens has prompted concerns about the economy, especially in the agriculture industry.
Has it affected Texas agriculture? I don't think to a large degree yet.
Russell Baining with the Texas Farm Bureau says that could change if the feds start going after those whose only crime is crossing the border illegally. Many, he says, have been working on farms for more than a decade, and he wants expanded visas to keep them on the job. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Lawsuits are being filed related to a Delta Airlines crash in Toronto. One of the passengers from Austin, Texas, says it was terrifying when the jet flipped over and skidded to a stop.
Immediately felt pain in his back after he dropped from the seatbelt. Of course, they were dropping down to the ceiling because the CRJ was upside down.
Attorney Andres Perea says his client was covered in jet fuel as he crawled to safety, and then they were forced to wait for a shuttle bus for 2 hours. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. A woman who was pretending to be a UPS driver was arrested in Bonnie Lake, Washington for prowling vehicle.
Pierce County Sheriff's deputies found the woman wearing a brown UPS coat. She had a fake UPS badge. She was also carrying a gun and tools used for breaking into vehicles and homes. When they tried to arrest her, she faked having a seizure until deputies tried to give her Narcan, and then she admitted the seizure was fake. She was arrested on several charges. She has 11 prior felony convictions. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
As we kick off hour number 2 on a Friday, we see the Wyoming Department of Transportation has indeed opened the I-80 tunnel. It's the eastbound lanes that are now doing the head-to-head traffic in the wake of the triple fatality pileup 1 week ago today, last Friday. Looks like this past day, the eastbound I-80 tunnel, the Green River, opened. Crews have added 5,000 feet of concrete barriers and new signage to help the drivers navigate. The speed limit in the tunnel is 35. And as we've been telling you all week, the truck drivers, be aware. It's a 10.5-foot width, 16-foot height restriction. And they do say expect delays. But this will help get some of that interstate traffic moving on the highway again and out of Green River. But congestion is still going to be a factor. Obviously, the westbound tunnel remains closed after the fiery crash involving 10 passenger vehicles and 16 commercial vehicles. All right, the closure of the westbound tunnel in place as they continue cleanup and assessment. Probably going to be a rather lengthy closure. There's a lot of work they're going to have to do to get that repaired for traffic once again. All right, it's been a while. Eagle's been missing in action for several days. What's going on, Eagle? Are you enjoying this cold weather?
No, hold on for a minute, okay? No, I'm home. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I've been at home for the last couple of days. Yeah, I went home to Texas. I'm back out on the road. Unfortunately, I'm driving right now. Something that I very rarely do is drive at night. Yeah, they gave me a load where I got to run all night long, so I'm not very happy right now. Not happy at all. Not a fact. But getting paid, that's the main thing. But yeah, I couldn't call in the last couple of nights. I've been pretty busy. A lot of stuff that took place. Since I talked to you. I want to talk about the immigration situation right quick, Steve, before I get to the Trump situation with the taxes and this refund that I'm hearing things about. I want to say some things about that, but first of all, I want to talk about the immigration deal, and I want to say this. I've been on this guy. I told you, in Texas. With Greg Abbott, this guy here is doing a hell of a job in Texas. As governor, he was doing his thing. Even when Biden was in the White House, he was trying to do his job. Even though Biden was putting roadblocks in his way, Steve, Greg Abbott deserves a big round of applause from everybody because this man has done everything he can to shut the border down and keep people out that didn't belong. And then wait for Trump to get in. And now Trump, Steve, you've gone over these numbers. Donald Trump, in less than a month, in less than 30 days, Steve, Donald Trump has completely shut down the United States border from Texas all the way to California. Nobody's getting in. They saying, I don't know what the apprehensions are, but they don't even have nobody to apprehend or arrest anymore, Steve. Even the caravans and all these people, they've already made a U-turn, headed right back to where they came from because they know it's not even worth trying to get into the United States with Trump in the White House. Mm-hmm. They had their opportunity. I don't feel sorry for none of them. They had 4 years to get in, and they didn't get in. That's your problem, not mine. They had 4 years to get in, Steve. But Biden damn sure didn't try to stop them. So that's your problem. You stuck where you at, my man, because Donald Trump got his lockdown so tight, Steve. It's ridiculous how this border is shut down. It's so bad in San Antonio, Steve. I heard on the radio that they closed, and they did it in San Diego, California, too. It's so bad they closing down migrant centers right now because they ain't got nobody. They ain't got nobody coming in the front door with their hand out. Trying to get a freebie from the United States citizens, and that's exactly the way it should be. Joe Biden could have easily done this, but he chose not to. Mm-hmm. It wasn't the fact that he couldn't do it. It's the fact that he didn't do it, and he didn't want to do it. Simple as that. If you're a Democrat and you disagree with what I'm saying, that's your problem. And I'm speaking to that loser that calls your show named Douglas, and the other idiot that calls his show, the one that the one that got into the lease purchase program, that every time he called, why don't you get over it, my man? You got screwed on that deal. You're never going to get your money back. What's his guy's name, Steve? The guy who calls in all the time with this lease purchase deal every night. What's his guy's name again? Sundance.
Yeah.
Get over it, my man. You got screwed. You lost your money, and you're never going to see it again. You hire all the lawyers you want, and you're not going to get nothing back. Get in a company truck like me and make you some money, and stop crying about getting screwed. I'm making plenty of money driving a company truck, and you can do the same thing. Now, let me get on to the other deal. Like I said, Steve, Donald Trump is the man. Donald Trump, he needs to be man of the year. We ain't even a year into the 2025, and he already done more in 1 year than Biden did. In 1 month than Biden did in 4 years. That guy deserves man of the year, man of the century, man of everything for what Trump is doing. This guy here is finding money. These people have been ripping us off, Steve. These Democrats, that Joe Biden sending money to Levinsky. The man, Levinsky say he don't know where the money is because the damn sure it in his pocket. So that's another money that Biden and the Democrats stole, and all this money. And I agree with Trump that anybody all that money need to go back to the American people, Steve, because we the ones that they screwed out of that money. We deserve more than $8,000 as far as I'm concerned. They talking about $8,000. I know I deserve more than $8,000, and I know they don't stole a lot of money from me, and I want every dime back that they stole too. I'm not showing them no sympathy because it wasn't even necessary for them to do this, Steve. It wasn't necessary for these politicians to screw over the American people like this. You know, you can go. It doesn't take a genius to figure this thing out. You go into Senate and Congress making $100,000 a year. And in a couple of years later, you're a multi-millionaire. Now, where did all this money come from? Where did they get all this money from all of a sudden? And these guys are walking around, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, all these big-name people, AOC, multi-millionaires, just doing a $100,000 job. The money train is over, Steve. Donald Trump and Elon Musk is going to get to the bottom of it. And now we got Cash Patel in. Now, you really think some heads going to be rolling? I don't feel sorry for none of these people that's getting fired or laid off, Steve, because these people have been stealing money for the last 4 years and probably longer than that. Donald Trump is draining the swamp. He's getting them all out. And in less than a month, he's damn near on drain the swamp to the bottom. And it's only going to get worse with Cash Patel in there. He's going to go in there, and he's going to be taking names and writing them down, Steve, and he's going to be eliminating people that's been doing bogus business with the FBI. That's why they tried to hold the guy up for over 30 days before they got him in. I knew he was going to eventually get in. Now all hell about to break loose, and that's the way it's supposed to be. It's time to make America great again, Steve. It's time to make America great again. And all those people out there, you need to let Donald Trump know and Elon Musk know that you want your money, and you want your money now. When it comes to the refunds on the income tax, because I damn sure want my money, Steve, because I'm tired of getting ripped off, and I want every dime that they stole away from me and everybody in my family, and I want it right now. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, he floated. I didn't even touch on that last evening. I did not see a number of 8,000. I mean, you realize you'd have to uncover trillions of dollars to send. I heard the number of like $5,000. Maybe when Doge is done with all their work, which is sometime in 2026. This is all going to continue through 2025, and I think they gave him a year. Kind of weed out all this government fraud and wasteful spending. So they floated this idea. I mean, I know there are many out there who say, I've been paying my taxes, give me my damn money back. That's kind of what Eagle's saying there. I don't look for that to happen. And we look at what happened when we did the stimulus checks, which... that was based on, of course, the pandemic, the COVID. That just caused inflation to skyrocket. If we send out $5,000 checks to all the tax-paying families, wouldn't that have the same impact? All of a sudden, these people go out and spend a bunch of money. All of a sudden, inflation kicks into overdrive again. The question came up. CPAC started this past day. I actually tuned into some of the early speakers there, which one of was none other than Vice President J.D. Vance. I tuned into his comments there at CPAC. Now, this is going to be going on throughout the week. Mike Johnson spoke this past afternoon, and he was asked about that. What's your take on sending checks out from the savings from Doge? He kind of distanced himself from that idea. To distribute stimulus checks, he said, let's see, addressed the idea when questioned by Newsmax host Rob Finnerty. He said, look, I mean, politically, that would be great for us. Everybody loves to get a check, right? It gives everybody a check. But if you think about our core principles, fiscal responsibility, that's what we do as conservatives. That's the brand. We are $36 trillion in federal debt. We have a giant debt that we're contending with. Should we not pay down the credit card? Now, his remarks were met with applause from the CPAC audience, but kind of underscored there's a bit of a divide in the Republican leadership between Trump and some others. According to the Associated Press, Trump supported the idea this was during an investment conference in Miami on Wednesday, said that they're considering allocating 20% of the savings generated by the cost-cutting measures, Doge, 20% to go to the citizens, the taxpayers, like money back that was wasted, and another 20% designated for reducing the national debt. Now, he mentioned the possibility of dividend payments that would encourage people to report what he referred to as wasteful spending. They'll be reporting it themselves. They'll participate in the process of saving us money. Now, Elon Musk also kind of backed the idea. There haven't been any specifics. Implementation is not clear. Mixed reactions across the board. Some conservatives and financial analysts say there could be unintended consequences. As I mentioned, you could suddenly drive inflation up once again. So I don't expect that to really go anywhere. And as I said, these stimulus packages that were passed by Congress are worth to the tune of trillions of dollars when they sent out those stimulus. You would have to uncover a whole lot more of wasteful spending, I think, even if they uncover $1 trillion worth. 20% of $1 trillion translates to what, 200 billion? You're not going to get a $5,000 check. You might get a $50 or a $500 check, something along that line. But I'm taking it with a grain of salt right now. We'll leave it at that. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, like I said, there's differing opinions out there. See, Jerundi says, yeah, Eagle, Trump should send every American taxpayer a $25,000 check. Word? Right? Let's see. Yeah, Roy, 20% for the people, 20% to pay down debt. Now, where's the other 60%? I'm not sure. That's kind of what he floated. Let's see. There you have it, Steve. It's been a while since the big cookie's been handed out. Philly Dan called in. Eagle gets the big cookie. Roy said, yeah, that would be nice. Check for $5,000. 5-7 says, just pay off the debt to China. Let's see. $5,000 checks. It would end up being spent at Walmart, boosting the Chinese economy. That's pretty much what happened with the stimulus checks, right? Everybody running out, buying a new television, new stereo, just buying all that Chinese merchandise. You're right. Pappy, if the money's spent, you think that would help dry up and boost the economy? He said, give it all to the combat veterans. Okay. 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave is on board. Got you coming up here. Dan, before that, though. Morning, Dan. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Steve. It's actually a sad Friday. I'll tell you what, my blood pressure goes up when I read about animals in the Middle East sending 2 little children home in a coffin, a locked coffin with no key. And they were murdered by him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm losing patience with Israel because this deal of, what are they giving them 100 of their prisoners back for the trickle of hostages, innocent hostages taken. If it were me, and on both sides, if I were a hostage, I'd hope my spouse would tell Israel, you need to do what you have to level that country. And my wife would probably agree if she were a hostage. This has gone on, and the brutality of it is just to kill 2 children, one 3 years old and the other one was, I think, 8 months old when he was killed. And their mother's body has not been sent back. The subhuman animals sent back the body of an unidentified person.
That's what I heard.
I just, yeah, I mean, this is below depravity. President Trump's right, except for one thing. Israel, either get them out or we're getting it out. And I, as you know from calling in, I am against these idiotic foreign wars, Ukraine being one. But in this particular case, if it takes Americans' air power to destroy that land, just bomb it into smithereens. In any country. God, I hope we're not giving money to Jordan and Egypt You take these people, or there is no money. I hear something like that, and honestly, Steve, it just infuriates me so much. And if we weren't on air, I'd use some choice language towards those animals.
Yes.
Those are animals.
Savages.
They're nothing. They're savages. And if I take you remember that, you're not old enough, but there was a thing about a Vietnamese executing another with a gun to the temple of his head. I don't know if you remember that. It was a photo like Life magazine or Time magazine. It was kind of historic, you know what I'm saying? I'd do it. I'd walk right up to them with a gun and put it in the back of their head and blow it right off and not think a thing about it. To do that to an innocent people, little children, defenseless, and murder them. They were murdered. These are animals, and they need to be destroyed. And then Israel, don't get your kumbaya method that we can work with these people, because you can't. I just, I don't want to make your Friday bad, but I appreciate you listening to me. And it's one of these things that I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? In the scheme of life, it tests my faith. And I'm not satisfied the way Israel's handled it. I'm not. I think they should have went in there and said there's, and I think hopefully President Trump's going to step up to the plate, and I know he will, and say this is done with. We're not watching this horror anymore. Because when he said, I don't know if they're alive, not just these hostages, others. What we ought to do is what Israel needs to do is start executing those prisoners. So it's just
whereas
absolutely horrible.
Turnaround is fair play. I get where you're coming from. Well, I've got a little bit more on that we'll get to when we come back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk says America will go bankrupt unless the federal deficit is brought under control.
A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country.
Joined by President Trump in an interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News, the head of DOGE says inflation will not be cut until they first tackle wasteful spending. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell will not seek re-election next year.
The Republican lawmaker made the announcement in a speech on the Senate floor on his 83rd birthday Thursday.
My current term in the Senate will be my last.
McConnell was first elected to the Senate in 1984. He said every day since then he's been humbled by the trust voters placed in him to do their business in Washington, D.C. McConnell broke the record for longest-serving Senate party leader before stepping down in November. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, it is one of the many subjects we were going to touch on this morning anyway, but picking up where we left off with Dan. We know it was October 7 of 2023 when Hamas, the savages, abducted some 250 people. That's what triggered the war. About half have been released in various agreements, ceasefire agreements. Hamas earlier this week accused Israel of delaying the entry of tents, mobile homes, fuel, and humanitarian supplies, saying that they're violating the agreement. Israel has accused Hamas of violating the truce and condemned the parading of hostages before crowds in previous releases. So far, the two have completed 5 exchanges in this first phase of the ceasefire, which more and more, many say this ceasefire probably won't go past phase 1. 28 hostages have been released, and Hamas has agreed to release 33 hostages for nearly 2,000 prisoners and detainees. So they're talking about phase 2, aimed at returning the remaining hostages and releasing additional prisoners and ending the war. You go back to October 7 of 2023, 251 captured, hostages that have been freed in exchange for other deals, 134. Bodies of dead hostages retrieved by Israeli troops, 40. 8 hostages were actually rescued alive. Hostages still in captivity, 60, of which Israel says half they believe are dead. Of those still being held, 13 Israeli soldiers 6 of which are believed to actually be alive. Non-Israelis, a total of 5. 3 Taiwanese, 1 Nepalese, 1 Tanzanian, of who 2 are believed to still be alive. Separately, Israelis in Gaza since before the October 7, 23 attack. The body of 3, the body of 1 soldier killed in the 2014 war, and 2 civilians who entered Gaza on their own in 2014 and 2015 that are believed to actually still be alive. Don't know where it's going to go, but yeah, the word had come down that the remains of what was supposed to be the mother and her 2 children that were captured on that day, the remains, but they're saying that the mother is not the one that was released. It's the body of someone else. They don't know who it was, but all right, Dan, that's where we kind of left off.
Well, I just, the 2,000 losers, whatever they're holding there, they no more should. I mean, the whole program has failed, the exchange. And who knows who else is going to be dead. And I don't know what's ever going to change. I don't know, why are they allowing mobile homes in and humanitarian? I thought this program was to get the remaining people in Gaza out.
Out, right. That was Trump's idea.
OUT. Yeah, that was Trump's idea, out. And then you level it and you start over. And if these other, I mean it, Steve, if this idea of foreign aid to any of these countries should end immediately. I just, when you're dealing with animals like this, I don't know what else to do. As I say, if I was a hostage, I'd hope my wife would say, look, you need to do whatever you have to. And he may not even be alive. And the same thing if my wife were a hostage. I mean, you're going on and on with these people, and how do you know they're going to kill them all at the end anyway?
Right.
They can't be trusted. And the Israelis and the Palestinians cannot live together. What does it take for someone to understand that? So, anyway, I don't mean to ruin your Friday. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. It's that's what's going on in the world around us. And what concerns me is, however many individuals of Hamas that are still alive, that are still of fighting capabilities during this so-called ceasefire, you know damn good and well that somehow or another they're getting more armament, weapons, bullets to fight another day. Iran undoubtedly is resupplying them.
Well, Iran is, and I guess it's just Iran, the ones that are doing it. I've heard another country. Well, what was the other country involved that the Hamas is actually held up in? Is that Kuwait? Is that correct?
You got Hezbollah to the north. Hezbollah, what is that?
That's Lebanon.
Yes.
I think that part of it is over, the deal with Lebanon. I think that, in other words, Israel, that they have a ceasefire that seems to be holding. But it would be no different than if we had a bunch of we've got gangs in this country, but if they were going around and, killing people and we do nothing about it. And that's what you have there. And I just, when I see situations like this, I just think it's time to annihilate that area and show American and Israeli might, and they'll never do it again. And I don't know what else to say. And these other nations, you need to bring them. You need to find something to do with the people that are there. The thing is, there's this misnomer out there that the most of these Palestinians are just very peaceful people, and Hamas is like a thug group that's ruling them. That's not true. They support Hamas. So I just, like I say, I see the situation, and I know the president gave a deadline last Saturday, and that's what needs to be done. And the others need to know it. And if that's done, if we go in there and how many people are left there in Gaza? Do you know? I mean, has there been any figures put out about it?
I have no idea. I do not.
Well, I know at the height of it, there was 2 million people there. And I don't know how many are left were allowed to go to. See, that's the thing. We give money to Jordan and all these, and I think Egypt. Well, why aren't they stepping up and taking these people who want to come? You know why they're not? Because they don't want this crap happening in their country. They don't want these animals in their country. And as far as that, you better not let me see a pro-Gaza demonstration going on in this country is what I'm talking about. They're going on right now. So anyway, I hope your weekend's fine, and I'm sure I know you're a prayerful family to keep this poor family in mind.
Yeah.
These 2 little boys just brutally murdered by animals. And as I said before, I am a believer of the death penalty. Somebody does something like that, they don't deserve to live. So, well, thanks a lot, Steve. I'll talk to you later.
Dan, good to hear from you. All right, thank you very much. Have a good weekend. About 17 before the hour. Let's see, TFI International. Under industry headlines, TFI International announced their plans to move company headquarters from Canada to the United States this week. TFI reported on Wednesday that fourth quarter profits dropped by a third year over year. According to Bloomberg, Chairman and CEO Alan Bedard described the quarter as a disaster and said the outlook for the first half of this year is rather foggy, as he put it. Bedard attributes part of the downturn to inefficient operations at 2 different companies they acquired in the last few years, and also cites a weaker freight market overall. Bedard says the company plans to relocate its legal headquarters from Montreal, Canada, to somewhere in the United States. Location for that new U.S. headquarters has not been released. They say office and management teams will not be physically relocated. So TFI International. Advance notice. Multiple agencies will partner for a major commercial vehicle enforcement effort in Arizona on interstates next week, starting Monday, February 24th through Friday the 28th. Arizona law enforcement agencies will take part in their annual Operation Southern Shield commercial vehicle blitz. During the week-long effort, officers will focus on enforcement activities targeting commercial vehicles traveling on I-10 from Phoenix to the New Mexico state line and on I-19 from Tucson to the international border. More than 80 commercial vehicle inspections or inspectors will take part in the enforcement activities. Special emphasis on motor carrier safety regulations, driver qualification, hours of service, and overall safe operations. Also, the Arizona Department of Public Safety says inspectors and enforcement officers will target hazardous moving violations, distracted driving, and seatbelt violations while conducting commercial vehicle inspections. Participating agencies include the Arizona Commercial Vehicle Safety Partnership, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, the Marana Police Department, and the Goodyear Police Department. All week, next week, be aware in the state of Arizona. All right, Heat Wave got you coming up here right after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, there we go. Back on a Friday. Rolling into the weekend. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, Lordy. I seen where Amarillo had gotten hit hard with snow the other day. Of course, then we didn't get no freight coming in from the east, and it was just backstopping from the west. And so I'm making that very rare trip to Oklahoma City. Not in my truck, though. Somebody took mine. And so they told me, well, take this one. And I tell you what, we got more drivers than we have active trucks. And our company had severed relations with a vendor because they said they were charging too much. Well, I don't know if that was a good deal or not. Maybe our company has overextended themselves by trying to position themselves for the future by buying up all these properties. But that's my opinion, and it probably ain't worth a hoot in hell, but I figured I need to throw it out there so in case somebody's listening that knows what company I work for, they'll understand our concerns.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to have mechanics at our facility because they cost too much. Well, so does having not enough trucks on the road from our terminal and not enough trailers that are serviceable. And hell, I don't know. It almost kind of reminds me of Yellow right before they started tanking They didn't have these pieces of equipment they needed. They didn't have the parts for the equipment needed, and eventually it just worked its way down to where they weren't even getting janitorial supplies before they said, you know what, we're done. I don't know. That's not really something to look forward to, but I hope I'm wrong. So anyways, yeah, I mean, here we are in Albuquerque, and it's 62 degrees. And you just go down the road, a couple of miles, and my goodness gracious, what a difference distance and elevation make. They said there's a cold front in Texas, and what's happening is we're getting the backdoor cold front, and whatever wind is churning in Texas, it's coming back and hitting us here on the eastern part of the state. So, oh well, all I can say is it's a good thing I pulled all my stuff out of my tractor before these people took it. So I got my suit, and just in case I need to put it on, put chains on, but I don't think I'll be needing to do that this trip. So, anyways, have you? I haven't heard anything yet about the U.S. Canadian hockey game. Was there any results?
Oh yeah, Canada.
How it turned out?
Canada won the game 3-2 in overtime.
Well, there you go.
It was a very exciting,
almost
exciting game. I mean, 3 full quarters. They were locked up 2-2, and I mean, we had several opportunities. I've got to tip the hat, which I did earlier, to the Canadian goalie. He did a great job. A bunch of great stops from Team USA. So.
Well, congratulations to the Canucks. I guess they were the better of the two. And I guess they figured we stomped their hind ends over there up there in Canada, and they were going to make sure we didn't forget about it over here. Maybe that's the reason why I didn't hear about it on the news.
It was a good game. That's all I can tell you. I mean, it was a full house there in Boston. They said for people that were trying to get tickets yesterday, on the aftermarket ticket sales, were running like $2,300.
Well, what about the extracurricular activities? Was there any fighting going on, or was it just a regular hockey game?
Boxing
matches come up?
I did not see or hear that there were any fights in this particular matchup.
Well, okay. All right. Well, that's good to hear. Oh, I tell you what, I got a little upset earlier today, or yesterday. Yeah, it's yesterday. Well, it's today for me, yesterday for y'all.
Right.
First time in 30 years of driving, I actually had to pay Uncle Sam. And I only paid $95, but the pure fact that I had to pay it all really ticked me off. And usually I don't get much from New Mexico, the state. We have a state tax, and usually my returns are not much. But all of a sudden this year, holy crap, they were at least 4 times more than what I got last year and the years in the past. So I don't know what in the world's going on there. Yeah, I really thought I wasn't going to be paying taxes, but I guess I shouldn't complain too much. $95 really isn't that much, but I just was not expecting to have to pay that. And I imagine if I didn't cut the tip off my thumb and was actually working steady for those 2.5 months that I was out, I'd probably be paying a hell of a lot more in taxes. So, I mean, you bust your butt trying to make something happen. I'm trying to get ahead of the game, and here it comes. They just come down and hit you with that hammer, and that's just No one likes paying taxes. That's for damn sure.
It's
I really
everyone's.
don't like
It's
it
everyone's favorite time of the year. Yes, the tax man cometh. It happens every year. Well, you always have the opportunity to, maybe file an extension, push things down the line till October. All right, about a minute before news break. It is 844-844-3388. A lot of developments over the past day. What's Trump doing? Headline we'll get to. Trump pulls the United States out of a key global climate assessment. Double R was asking the other night, hey, Trump said he was going to try to get prices at the pump down for the American people. When's that going to happen? All right, the headline, Trump launches plan to stop rising gas prices. What might that plan be? There you go. We got it all coming up for you, all the details. So he's working on things. Only so much you can do on any given day, but like Eagle said, in 1 month he's done more to benefit this country. Well, did Joe do anything to benefit this country in 4 years? Everything he did was pretty much detrimental, but we're trying to claw our way back. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's mass firings of government employees can continue for now. Multiple labor unions recently filed a lawsuit trying to block the administration's layoffs of thousands of probationary employees. Today, a judge denied that bid, stating that the federal court was not the appropriate venue for that suit. The IRS is preparing to lay off some 6,000 employees starting today.
This comes at the busiest time of the year for the tax collection agency. The IRS will primarily let go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's effort to reduce the federal government workforce. It also comes as multiple reports say the Department of Government Efficiency is looking to get access to the IRS taxpayer data system. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Senate has confirmed Kash Patel as the next director of the FBI.
The yeas are 51. The nays are 49. The confirmation is confirmed.
Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins were the only Republicans who voted against Patel. Ken Delanian is in Washington, D.C.
If you look at his public statements in the past, he really focused on the idea that the FBI was politicized, that he needed to root out bad actors within the FBI. But today he's looking forward and talking about going after criminals and terrorists.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
Israel's military says one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas was not a hostage. The bodies released include included 2 children, aged 4 and 9 months. Another was supposed to be the children's mother, but forensic analysis confirmed it was not her. The Israeli Defense Forces say this is a very serious violation by Hamas. The hostages were kidnapped on October 7th, 2023, during the Hamas attack on Israel. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 450 points. The S&P 500 fell by 26 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 93 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration is not sitting well with liberal leaders in the big cities of Texas. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is promising legislation that would force the state sheriffs to work with Homeland Security.
So that they're trained, their jailers are trained, their jailers have a database so they can turn people over to ICE.
Last week, the interim police chief in Dallas said his agency will not take part in ICE raids and posted to social media that there's no room for fear in their community. The Vatican says Pope Francis is resting well and that blood tests show a slight improvement after he was diagnosed with pneumonia in both of his lungs. Journalist Alina Trabatini says, according to the latest update, Francis was able to get up and eat breakfast in an armchair.
Overall, it does seem to be getting much, much better, but the context, his medical condition, is very complicated.
The Pope received a visit yesterday from Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who said she found him alert and responsive, adding that he has not lost his well-known sense of humor. United Healthcare is offering some employees buyouts.
The offer comes amidst a turbulent year for the insurance company, which posted record revenue while dealing with a massive cyber attack and the murder of its CEO, Brian Thompson, in December. The buyouts are targeted at employees in the company's benefits operations unit. Those who decline the offer will either keep their jobs or get a comparable position. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday. Ready for the weekend. Well, shall we say, I don't know, is it a casual Friday morning, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, happy casual Friday. Or I guess as we're supposed to say, hey, Becky, 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 if we do it right. Remember. Yeah, but see if we can keep them getting in trouble this week. Anyway, so did I hear on the news last night that the colonel is being removed from Kentucky and sent to Texas?
Their headquarters is, yes, moving to Texas.
So are they going to change from Kentucky Fried Chicken to Texas
Fried
barbecue chicken or anything? Okay. Maybe well, they got a lot of barbecue down there, don't they? Wouldn't they be like Texas barbecue chicken?
Yeah.
I don't know. Possibly. So, I don't know. I guess that'll give a new look to everything. So, anyway, speaking of Kentucky there, you realize we're down to less than a week that you can get a free ticket to get into the truck show, Your Honor?
Is that right?
February 27th is your cutoff day. If you don't have your ticket by then you got to pay if you want to get in.
All right, that's good to know. I did not realize that.
Yep, coming quick, and heck, it's going to be we're just almost a week away from March, Your Honor. I mean, next Friday will be the last day of February, and March is right here, coming around the corner. So, yeah, things are progressing. So, last evening, being Thursday evening, the snow had not left southeastern Pennsylvania, going up towards Philly. There was still a dusting of snow being blown around, and the as the two-time world champion Bullhauer had mentioned, that there's enough magnesium chloride pre-treatment on the highways here for, I don't know, I think it could melt probably 8 or 10 inches of snow. So when the initial dusting of snow hit the road there, of course, it proceeded to melt, and then you get the second half of the dusting of snow on top, which pretty much gets driven on top of and instantly freezes. So there's a little bit of slippery conditions there. I'm not sure if they've gone out and gotten any more salt treatments down since in the later evening of last night, but anyway, so there's possibility of some slick roads, especially ramps, bridges, overpasses, and so be cautious of that. And you were talking there earlier about an accident where a truck driver from, I believe, South Carolina in North Carolina had the accident there, and it hit the 78-year-old person and killed them. Mm-hmm. And so what'd you say? There was a total of 52 vehicles involved in that?
53, correct.
Or 53?
Yep.
53. So he got charged with failure to maintain a safe speed for weather conditions, and probably not all of the other 52 vehicles. Well, there's the one that was definitely not, their fault, was the one that got hit by the initial truck. So that leaves 51 other vehicles, and probably a few of them were in control but got caught up in it. But wouldn't it go to be fair to kind of assume that there was probably some other vehicles there that were driving in excessive speed for weather?
Everybody.
I mean, yeah, everybody but the one person that got killed, I think, would be the ones that should. But there, as I say, there might be a few others, because I mean, you see the videos of what we have of these major crashes, and there are a few people that get stopped before they actually get to the accident, because they're driving in the speed that they need to be able to maintain their vehicle and control their vehicle and get it checked up when they have to keep from being involved in the accident. But then the other ones come in from behind at a high rate of speed and run them over. So, but anyways, I think there's probably some few others that were involved in that accident that probably deserve the ticket for driving in excess of the conditions, speed for condition. So, I don't know. So what else we got going on? I guess I'd have to kind of be there with Dan about being the, and I don't know, where did it all start? I mean, where we decided as the United States that we would not swap, people for, whatever reason we have them prisoners. We wouldn't swap prisoners for hostages. I forget what president really made that statement, but I'm kind of in full agreement with that. And, unfortunately, I would probably make a bad hostage because I probably wouldn't take it very well, and probably starting out with, giving my host the double barrel middle fingers to begin with, and probably wouldn't last very long after that. But anyways, I don't know. I just didn't, a lot of people know my feeling on that I would not want one person swap for me or 100 people swap for me. That just the way it is. I mean, if you did that, I'd rather, as kind of Dan said, I'd rather see somebody come in and take out whoever it was that took me hostage. So I don't know, but you got to kind of watch the collateral damage that goes on with that too.
Right.
But anyways, so with the Middle East over there, how many times has the United States rebuilt, used U.S. tax money to rebuild things in the Middle East that, 5 years, 10 years down the road, these people decide to have their own little war and destroy everything that are a good part of what we put up over there, and we send money over there supposedly for helping them with education, and there's all the people that go over to try to support, the religions over there, to promote their religion over there and try to build things up, and U.S. money goes to support that stuff, and then as you say, 5-10 years later, the people over there decide to have their own little war and destroy everything, or don't like part of it, and I don't know. So anyways, I just wonder how many more times we're supposed to send our money over there to rebuild something just to have it not there
Do it again.
5 or 10 years again.
Yep, over and over.
So, because it doesn't seem to be changing, in the past, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 4,000, however long them people have been over there, it doesn't seem to change anything. Anyways, hey, speaking of a long time, did I hear on your news there did they say that Mitch McConnell, has he been in charge of the Senate since 1984, or is 1984 when he was first elected into the Senate?
I think 84 was the first year, but he was the longest serving majority leader in history.
Yeah, so anyways, if he got elected into the Senate in 1984, that means he's been in there for 2.5 years longer than what it was that I graduated from high school. I mean, I graduated from high school in '86, Your Honor. So that means the whole time since before I even graduated from high school, he's been there in that position. Do you think possibly that could be too long? I mean, to try to represent the people. Do you think there's a group of people that might have come along in the last 40 some years that maybe don't feel like he represents them? Even in the same party. I mean,
well,
at some point.
How did he get elected over and over and over again? I guess time and time again, he was the lesser of two evils, I guess.
Lesser of two evils, or just name recognition, because people go to the polls and they just, there's the name I remember. I don't recognize that other name, so I guess we'll take the one we recognize. And I think that's how some of the ones go that they go from family member to family member, is that it's the name recognition part that they go in and just pull the lever for the, oh, yep, that's the familiar candidate. So but I don't know. I'm hoping some of these people start having their eyes, opened up a little bit. But even here in Maryland, we can't seem to get people to figure out that the spending is not the way to make things better. It seems like Maryland now, with our new Democratic governor, has come up with a new way of doing business that is kind of the old way of doing business, which is spend and tax. You spend now, and then you got to tax more to pay for it. So it's just more spend and
just
tax,
so
spend
they
and
can
tax,
spend more. Lather, rinse, repeat.
Maryland has gone from having a surplus fund of money from the Republican governor to now being in a deficit in just over a year.
Yep.
And it's a pretty decent-sized deficit, too. And so I guess we're going to see how many more taxes we can put on, because it looks like we're going to get bottle deposits, and they want to have a sugar tax, Your Honor. So any soda or drinks that have sugar in them, they're going to tax sugar drinks. And it's starting to come out that the lower class of people there, that not the middle class. The middle class is going to pay a little bit, but they might lessen the amount of sugar drinks they get. But the people that normally drink those heavily sugared drinks are the lower on the financial scale of living, and so they're starting to make a little bit of squeaking. But I don't know. Maybe they'll kind of come around, but we'll have to wait and see. But it seems like they like to do the same thing over and over again. So as you say, we got the same thing back. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we got kind of a chilly day. It's still a little bit on the, what would you call it? I think you said it'd be breezy today, Your Honor.
Yeah,
breezy tonight.
Little breezy, yeah.
Shoo. Yeah.
Wind chill, cutting like a knife, right? All right. Have a great Friday there. Let me get to Sunshine. Morning, Sunshine.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I'm doing all right. Can't complain. Got a Friday. Almost made it through another work week. How about you?
I'm down here at the airport getting ready to do my drop.
Right.
But my suggestion for that excess money is to take and pay off our debt and pay off from where they borrowed the crap from Social Security.
And
back here when they.
Yeah, and they're just beginning to get into the whole Social Security thing. I mean, they may very well find enough fraud, people getting checks that shouldn't be, to actually shore Social Security up for another 15, 20 years.
Yeah. It's possible. I read an article there the other day that said Elon misread their information on them 150-year-old people.
Yeah.
I took that with a grain of salt. Because if it can be done, the other side will try and do it just to pad their pockets.
Yeah, well, I said at the time, these people may be on the Social Security, on the rolls, like in the system, but are they actually still receiving checks? That was, questions we didn't have answers to. Just because they're on the computer or on the roll at whatever age, are they actually still being divvied out? But that's what they're trying to get to the bottom to. But undoubtedly, some of them are, and we know there's a ton of illegals that are using stolen identities and stolen Social Security numbers.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I'm down here at the airport getting ready to do my drop. Then I got to go over to the Penske shop and see if they got a windshield wiper blade over there. My block on mine froze, so it's putting all the windshield washer fluid out on the bottom of the windshield and not where I need it.
Doesn't do a lot of good there,
But
does
anyway, nope. I think between the time I posted there at courthouse and down here, I think it went down to about 18 degrees.
Well, we're looking for the warm-up. Just hang in there.
Down here.
Once we get through the weekend, the turnaround is on the horizon, sunshine. All right, got the grump on board here on a Friday. Looks like Russell's got an update as far as his wife and whatnot. And it's 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back on a Friday. Here we go. And what's going on, Grump? Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, not a whole lot. Just thought I'd give you a buzz there and talk a little bit about this Doge and stuff. I'm also talk about CARB a little bit. I listened to Musk the other morning, talking about, and then Trump coming on talking about giving back 20% of the tax to the people, which is a far cry less than what Musk had said, about the $5,000, per American taxpayer, which they'll never find enough damn fraud to give $5,000 to 200 million people. I can guarantee him that. Right. He should have kept his mouth shut about that. And this is something that I think he's had too much leeway, and maybe they need to rein him back on that and just say, look, just find the fraud and let us make policy, because he's been kind of making these comments like this, and I mean, that's going to reflect back. Damn well it is. It's going to reflect back on Trump. The minute something doesn't happen, somebody's going to say, well, Trump said this, even though it was Musk. So, I wish Elon would just find the fraud and shut up, just talk about how much they found and where they found it, or, and that kind of thing, and some of the crazy stuff that's going on, but don't try to make policy, because it's going to reflect bad on Trump and how the American taxpayers are, and the Democrats, number one, anything that they can make hay out of, they're going to do it. So, CARB. I didn't talk about it the other night when I called you, but I applied for the certificate because I haul a lot of different things right now, and do a lot of tractors and stuff, and they you got a pretty good market for them out there. So I got on their website, which is number one, it's one of the hardest damn things I've ever seen to, try to do. You really got to dumb yourself down, Steve. I ain't kidding you. I mean, you got to act like you're some surfboarder or something. I don't know, but to be able to get on there and get your truck registered and everything, and the owner of the truck has to do it. It can't be the company. So I went through it and got everything in, and when I clicked on it, it said, you have to pay your $30 to get your certificate. Paid $30, boom, took it off, and 2 seconds later it popped up and it said, you were declined to get a certificate. My truck is a 2022, fully low miles and everything. It's CARB compliant. It's clean idle. It's all that stuff, but it's not CARB compliant according to CARB. So I put in a problem call on it, and I was talking to a friend of mine. He said, "Yeah, I got mine," and he said, he's got a 2022 also, but his was approved. So I called that problem line for CARB, and of course I got it off their website, off the CARB website, and they sent me a link that said, if you've been declined, call this number.
Mm-hmm.
So I did, and they said I got a recording, of course, and said, would you like to? You're on hold. Would you like to be called back? Put in a callback number. So I said yes, click number one, pushing up one, and then went on ahead and put my callback number in and everything. This damn thing comes back, Steve, and says, you're number 1,162 in the queue to be called back.
Wow.
And I said, you got to be kidding me. And the next day they called me. It was the next afternoon. I got the call. Super nice guy. He was just a real nice guy about it. And I said, what the hell's the deal with my truck? And he said, let me have the VIN number. So I gave him the VIN number, and he said, you're missing it by a couple of months. On our CARB, by our requirements, you have to have an emissions inspection done before you can get the certificate.
Okay, well, hold the thought there because we pause, and we'll come back and get the rest of the story.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There are no reports of injuries after 3 buses exploded near Tel Aviv. Police are calling this a suspected terror attack. Explosive devices on 2 other buses failed to detonate. Reports state that the buses were empty when the bombs exploded. Officials have halted all buses, trains, and light rail in Israel while checks are made for more explosives. Lawsuits are filed related to the Delta Airlines crash in Toronto.
One of the passengers from Austin, Texas, says it was terrifying when the regional jet flipped over and skidded to a stop on the runway.
He immediately felt pain in his back after he dropped from the seatbelt. Of course, they were dropping down to the ceiling because the CRJ was upside down.
Attorney Andreas Perea says his client was covered in jet fuel as they crawled to safety. They were then forced to wait standing on a shuttle bus for 2 hours. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Picking up where we left off. So after being number 1,000, whatever it was, waiting for a callback, that's unbelievable. You finally get a hold of the carb guy. So you're a couple of months off.
Yeah, I was, the build on my truck and my engine, they said, was a couple of months out from when they are requiring inspections to be done, emissions inspections. And I said, this is ridiculous. And, number one, and the damn date moves forward, every month, then it changes from the back end to the month up. So and I asked him, I said, how much is the inspection? And he said, well, when what I'll do, he said, if you want to come out here, he said, I'll issue you a waiver. He said, and he sent me a link to my email, and he said, just get on here, fill it out, and I'll send you I'll go ahead and issue you a waiver. And he said, it's a 5-day waiver. When you come out here, you can go to an inspection station, get your inspection done. He said, well, I'll give you a list, and he did, and of all the inspection stations. And he said, it cost about $300 to get that done. And I said, damn, here I just spent $30 for you to tell me, no, I can't have the certificate because I'm 2 months out of an inspection. And I said, here, you want me to pay another $300 to when the OEM says my truck is fine, it's clean idle, it's no different. They said, well, that's the people in Sacramento says that, this is the dates that we're looking at. And I said, my engine in my truck has not changed since 2019. It's the same damn engine. And I said, the emissions are exactly the same going back to 2019. So I don't understand what your problem is or what their problem is. And he was, like I said, he was a super nice guy. And he said, buddy, you're preaching to the choir, man. He said, I'm telling you. And I said, so in other words, this is nothing more than a damn money grab. And he said, I can't really comment on that. He was just kind of agreeing, but he didn't agree. I said, this is asinine to think that it's the same engine that's in there 2019, but yet you guys is only going 3 years and on the builds. And he said, yeah, well, that's the way they're doing it. And there was no deviation or nothing. I mean, it's the way it is. So I got to looking at the list, and it's all primarily a bunch of trucking companies. I mean, the big ATA companies that is bitching about, the CARB right now, but yet I would have to go to one of them, call ahead, and pay, if I wanted to get it done, I'd have to pay them, the $300. They would keep whatever amount that they're supposed to keep or whatever, and the rest of it goes to CARB. I said, this is just nothing but a damn money grab, man. I said, I smell a class action lawsuit on all this. So I got a hold of OIDA, and we had a nice long chat about it, and I got to write up something about it. But and the experience that I had and everything. But I'm looking at this, and this is if this is not a violation of interstate commerce rules, I have no idea what is then. Because they're just flat telling you that you cannot come into the state, even though your vehicle is compliant with the federal government guidelines. It's not compliant with ours. We changed that, and to me, it's absolutely nothing more than this communist style governance. I mean, it's crazy, Steve. But anyway, I had a long talk with the OOIDA, and they said, well, you can write, so write something up, and we're going to see what we can do. And I said, well, I'll look for some legal, issues and things with it, but I'm going to work on it this, over the weekend and stuff, try to get back to them. But it's, I don't know if anybody else has experienced that or not, but it's a lengthy process. Number one, if you're declined, and this whole damn thing is just nuts. I mean, I haven't been out there in 5 or 6 years anyway. About 5 years, I guess it was. It was the last time I was out in California. But we got some damn good paying loads going out there, and stuff. I mean, talking $6,000-7,000 going out there. So why wouldn't I want to, take, get in some of that? But that's how it stands right now. So I'll keep you posted on it and everything. But,
okay.
Let's talk about that plane crash a little bit. That Delta. Flipped upside down. I was watching those videos. They had other videos that they had out when it was coming in, and we had there was several guys called the show, I guess, a couple of that was pissed off and saying, well, hell, he shouldn't have landed there and all this other stuff. I mean, the runway was spotty. It wasn't anywhere bad or anything like that. Hell, I've landed on worse runways and places and higher winds and stuff, but you never know on those things what kind of drafts are going to happen in the wintertime. I mean, it just happens like that. I mean, and whether it was any kind of a downdraft or any kind of a what was going on or what happened with the plane or whatever. But I never try to jump to conclusions on them because spending so many years in the Air Force and I was at Whiteman Air Force Base back in 1985 when we had a plane that was run off. It slid off the runway, and I was the supervisor for snow removal that night on the runway, and we were out there working. It had big SICAR brooms and rollovers and 72,000-pound rollovers were moving snow, and it wasn't really that bad. And then I see a light coming in, and I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? It was a airplane coming in on final approach. And so I called the tower on the radio. I said, hey, is you got a plane coming in? And she goes, yeah. And hell, we got equipment sitting on the runway. So everybody had to scramble out off the runway. We hit taxiways and everything, got the broom drug off, and the plane landed. It touched down and shot right off the runway into the mud. I mean, out in the, it was actually a medevac plane. And so I had to go testify it was 3 months later for the NTSB when they come in and and the Air Force, of course, did their investigation. But they found out that the nose strut on the plane was in the wrong position when it landed, and when he tried to straighten it out, he couldn't control the plane. It shot off the runway, but it did slide some. And at first, the tower kind of said, "Well, it was the runway conditions." And we used to do what was called an RCR. It was a runway condition report, which you get up to 60 mile an hour in a truck, you slam the brakes on and see how far you slide, and then you give that footage. And there's a way you compute everything, and kind of do a mathematical formula there, and they figure out what kind of condition the runway is in. If it's a certain level, then you tell planes go land somewhere else, pretty much. But we were sitting there, and the girl that was in the tower, she got booted out of the Air Force for that, because she just completely dropped the ball. I mean, it could have landed a hell of a lot worse if I hadn't seen the plane coming in on final. If it had touched down, because it was busting through the snow. It was busting through the storm, and we're like, I'm looking up there, and the light just appeared, so we scrambled off the damn runway. But the NTSB, man, I'll tell you what, they're thorough as hell. I mean, they were asking me questions. When was your last drink? Things like that, and I was like, what? Just everything and anything that they could think of that they were asking, and they had a checklist they were going down, and what it come down to was pilot error, and it come down to the fact that the runway condition could have been a little bit better, but we were working it as hard as we could, and the girl in the tower should have gave them a wave around, should have sent them to Kansas City, to KCI, or somewhere else. But it was a DC-9, one of the Nightingale planes. And this is, we've had this stuff before. I've landed on runways, where, hell, you wouldn't think that a plane could land, on a C-130 and stuff, and took off in some of the worst conditions ever. But I don't know. I never get ahead of the skis, on stuff like that. When you see that, I don't make assumptions about it, because you don't know what the hell it was. You don't know what was going on. That's why they got that black box and stuff in there. But the plane that was coming in, I mean, he hit the glide slope. He was coming in right, and it looked to me like when he touched down, the damn right landing gear collapsed and the wing hit the ground. I don't know. It could have been a hard landing, and I've been on planes that's had hard landings before, and they have, the plane did receive some damage, and usually they'll, if you got a real hard landing like that, I've seen, I know in the Air Force, a lot of times they'll take them out of service for a while and do a complete, they'll lift the plane up and work the landing gears and do all kinds of crazy stuff. But, that plane had, I guess that was the final leg of a couple of city, tours there, where it was making a circle going back to Buffalo or somewhere, Cleveland, I think is where it started out. I went to Cleveland and Minneapolis and up there. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I said, I heard them talking and screaming about they shouldn't have landed there and all this. Planes can land in some hellacious conditions. I mean, it's just the way it is. Hell, I've landed in bad storms and in deserts and everywhere else, and you kind of just kind of look out the window, or if you don't have a window, like you're on a military transport or something, you just kind of they'll tell you if any problems are coming up. But I hate to fly, man. I do. I get a lot of people like, I love to fly. Well, good. I can't stand it after all the years in the Air Force. I hate it. But yeah, it was kind of a weird situation how but the plane, the wings broke away like they were supposed to, and when it rolled over, it just they come to a stop, and it could have been that could have been one hell of a disaster, but things, I guess, it'll all work out. I've seen that they've already started filing lawsuits on it, and which was expected. So
sure,
yeah, get ready for your plane tickets to go up. But yeah, I don't know, man. I tell you, I was looking at some of the stuff that's being posted right now about Doge and Trump and everything online there. It is absolutely crazy. I've never seen a group of people in my life like Democrats right now that are so stuck on the fact that they believe that money, was spent righteously, that it's, that there was no fraud or abuse or anything else, that was their money to deal with how they wanted to deal with. And we got a bunch of Republicans that are doing the same damn thing. They're just as bad, and that makes it, hard on Trump. I mean, with right now when they're trying to get this straightened out and seeing where all the dollars is. But I would much rather see that money, any savings or anything at all, be put back into the the Social Security Trust Fund and stuff, so they'll shut up about it going to be insolvent here in in 10 years or whatever, when they can always find money to give to Ukraine and crazy stuff like that. It needs to be with the people, and first up front that Social Security Trust Fund ought to be funded. Nobody, no senior citizen should have to worry or about their medical and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And while we're funding illegals and we're funding the Ukrainian government, and the $200 million that's went over there right now, that's our $200 billion, I'm sorry, that's went to Ukraine. Only about 18% of that's went toward military weapons. The rest of it's went to pay the troops and to pay the government and keep that government up and running. And why it's our responsibility to ensure that is, I have absolutely no idea. When Ukraine has been one of the most crooked countries that there ever was. I mean, it was nothing but a bunch of thugs and just went rampant with the oligarchs and people like that has stolen everything Ukraine had, and most of medicines and things like that. They got to get off the black market because of the thievery that's went on in that country. And but yet here we step up, with our tax dollars and say, here, we're going to go ahead and support you, and it's still going on. I mean, it's got to still be going on because of the amount of money that they went through. It seems like every damn month when Biden's old wrinkly ass was in office, you had Zelensky flying over here, with his T-shirt on, that right there, man, I tell you what, I never seen a guy more disrespectful to this country than going into Congress and testifying in front of Congress or giving his spiel in front of Congress on the House floor with a damn T-shirt on. I'd have sent his ass to Sears or somewhere and said, buy a suit, jackass, and then come back and talk to us. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I mean, it was just, it was a slap in the face. Like, I don't have to respect your, the dress code or anything else that you people have. I'm just going to wear whatever. And of course, he didn't have to ask much, because Biden was writing him checks like he was a drunken sailor. But I'm glad they're looking into it, and I hope some good comes out of this. And they, as much as they can save, they save, and all the fraudsters and people like that, I hope they do a perp walk on them, like I said, and lock every one of their asses up and throw away the key. I mean, that's the way it should be. Why should they look at me or look at you or look at anybody else and say, you need to pay more tax dollars? We need to take more money from you to give to this idiot over here. I just never did believe in that. And I will swap tax bills with Heat Wave any day at $95. Last year I paid $22,000. This year I'm paying $19,000. On top of quarterlies and everything else that I've paid in. So it's man, I tell you, it's just like they gotta grab everything they can from you, and it's they don't. People like us, Steve, we're not meant to have any money. I mean, hell, as soon as we get it a little bit saved up, Uncle Sam says, "Oh, you got a big tax bill, so throw it at us, and you can start over again. You're right. Young, yeah, I'm 64.
Get out there, back to work.
All right, man.
All right. Well, thank you, Grump. Have a great weekend. It is a Friday. Casual Friday, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, let's get an update. Russell. Thanks for hanging in there, Russell. Good morning.
No problem. I see you all are busy on your phone lines today. Are you able to hear me?
Well, yeah, we got you. Are you?
Hello?
Are you out of the hospital, Russell? How's things going?
Yeah. Well, I got admitted here. I've been in the emergency room for 30 hours. They're having problems getting rooms because everybody's so sick. But my wife, well, she's still in here too, but it's been an ongoing thing. I wanted to also mention Brother Randall for talking about me the other night. I wrote his message, I read his message, a messenger, he messaged me, but I want to have an opportunity to thank him for that, doing that for me. But I guess I'm going to be in here for a couple of days myself whenever they give me a room or whatever. But it's not like crap.
So after we spoke, what, night before last, you're still in the ER in a bed there? You're not in a room?
Oh, no. They released me the other night.
Oh,
I didn't have to go anywhere.
I got you. Okay.
But, 30 hours ago, they said I should be admitted. So I'm still waiting on a room. I came in here about 7 o'clock last night, I guess it was, something like that. So that may have been less than 30 hours, but it's been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving me oxycodone and Tylenol and muscle relaxers and stuff. So I was aching real bad. But I kind of feel a little bit better, but I need to get rid of this junk. But I hope you all don't get into this stuff. It's going around real bad. And what I was talking about, these nurses, they're having the flu's going around really bad, they said. But anyway, that's been all I want to talk to you about. See, my wife, though, I'm hearing two different conflicting stories about her. And when I get out of here, I'm going to ask about it because they're saying her kidneys is real bad now. But then I got 3 or 4 days ago, their kidneys is all right. So I don't know what's going on there because she's been on dialysis. And the doctor said that she can't do dialysis no more because her kidneys is fine.
Okay.
So I don't know. And then also, she supposedly, they called her to UTI. And she, at the first place, she was at Kindred. And everything was all right. But then we came here in the emergency room on Sunday, and they called her and they said she did have UTI. And then the next day, the urologist came in and said that, okay, thank you, said that that she did have a UTI. So I want to see what's going on when I get over this count. But anyway, they're getting ready to move me into another rig, Steve. So
all right. Well,
I'll let you go.
That's making progress, at least. I mean, after all this time. So thank you very much. All right, all that time hanging out in the ER. Let me see here. News break just ahead. From CDL Life, looks like less than truckload carrier ABF Freight and parent company ArcBest have entered private purchase agreements to acquire 2 leased properties totaling $11.5 million from the defunct Yellow Corporation's estate, according to a Wednesday filing. ArcBest is acquiring a 108-door terminal on 32.5 acres near Denver, $7 million, and a 60-door service center on 12.6 acres near Seattle at a cost of $4.5 million. The company picked up 4 of Yellow's terminals valued at $38 million at the auctions at the end of 2023. Of course, last week, Knight Swift, A. Dewey Pyle, and T-Force, the LTL division of TFI, entered similar agreements to acquire 7 terminals, totaling $15.1 million from Yellow. All right, Yellow still has approximately 35 owned and 50 leased terminals for sale. They say proceeds from future sales will go toward settling the WARN Act claims and withdrawal liability claims from the pension funds, among other creditor claims.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Cold weather is impacting millions from the plains to the southeast. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
We're still dealing with flooding. We've had a snowstorm on top of that. Now we're going to deal with frigid temperatures. But, folks, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Parts of the East Coast were hit with a ton of snow, and treacherous travel conditions remain an issue, where more than a foot of snow fell in some areas. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is deciding not to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams from office, but she is putting limits on his power.
Hochul says she's troubled by the allegations against Adams.
Not just the initial indictment, but also the more recent allegation of a quid pro quo with the Trump administration.
But she believes the will of the voters preclude her power to remove the mayor. Hochul is proposing legislation to create a special inspector general to manage the city's affairs and to give the city council speaker, controller, and public advocate independent authority to take legal action against the federal government. She's also expanding funding for the state controller for city oversight. I'm Kristen Marks.
The White House is marking 1 month since President Trump has been back in office.
There is no denying this administration is off to a historic start.
Officials touted accomplishments in immigration and the economy achieved by Trump since his inauguration. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said Trump has gotten 8 years' worth of work done in less than 30 days. Meanwhile, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said CEO confidence is the highest it's been in years. A Texas mother says bullying led her daughter to committing suicide. 11-year-old Jocelyn Carranza was found dead earlier this month. Her mother claims fellow students insulted her, claiming she was in the country illegally. But a friend of Jocelyn, Genesis Arnal, told WOAI she never heard such taunts.
Yeah, but not to her. I've only heard it about people that are saying that ICE was coming and stuff, but that's all I heard.
The school district says an investigation is currently underway. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump's crackdown on illegal aliens has prompted concerns about the economy, especially in the agriculture industry.
Has it affected Texas agriculture? I don't think to a large degree yet.
Russell Baining with the Texas Farm Bureau says that could change if the feds start going after those whose only crime is crossing the border illegally. Many, he says, have been working on farms for more than a decade, and he wants expanded visas to keep them on the job. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Lawsuits are being filed related to a Delta Airlines crash in Toronto. One of the passengers from Austin, Texas, says it was terrifying when the jet flipped over and skidded to a stop.
Immediately felt pain in his back after he dropped from the seatbelt. Of course, they were dropping down to the ceiling because the CRJ was upside down.
Attorney Andres Perea says his client was covered in jet fuel as he crawled to safety, and then they were forced to wait for a shuttle bus for 2 hours. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. A woman who was pretending to be a UPS driver was arrested in Bonnie Lake, Washington for prowling vehicle.
Pierce County Sheriff's deputies found the woman wearing a brown UPS coat. She had a fake UPS badge. She was also carrying a gun and tools used for breaking into vehicles and homes. When they tried to arrest her, she faked having a seizure until deputies tried to give her Narcan, and then she admitted the seizure was fake. She was arrested on several charges. She has 11 prior felony convictions. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, it's Friday. All right, the president announced this week he's going to be working with Republicans in Congress to ease pain at the pump as global uncertainty and seasonal trends continue to force gas prices higher. As of this past day, the average national price was $3.16 per gallon, up from $3.12 a month ago. Now, this has kind of put a dent in the president's plan to bring down inflation, and the additional threat of tariffs, coupled with seasonal refinery maintenance, is keeping prices high. But Trump sees hope in offering companies some incentives for keeping manufacturing in the U.S., and he's working with Republicans in Congress to lower taxes across the board, aiming for a reduction in gas prices. Speaking at a conference hosted by Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund on Wednesday, Trump said his cuts will include 100% expensing for new factory construction in the United States. As long as you invest in America, build in America, and hire in America, that means I'm fighting for you. Didn't offer details on any tax cuts that he may extend for domestic oil and gas producers, but he did say they will be part of this upcoming tax plan. Yeah, we're looking at the largest tax cuts in American history. Dramatically cut taxes for families and workers and for companies, including no tax on tips and hopefully no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime. Patrick DeHaan with GasBuddy.com said prices continue to inch up thanks to seasonally and refinery snags out west. Some analysts predict that traditional supply and demand factors are needed to reduce cost, and a surge in domestic production would be the answer. Price is defined by supply and demand. Unless stronger forces like government policies and control outweigh market forces, if the production of oil in the U.S. increases from more drilling and fewer restrictions, it will almost certainly mean a reduction in the cost of oil because of the growing supply side of the market pushing prices down. Yeah, this in turn could bring down the price of gas at the pump, as gas prices are largely determined by global crude oil prices. Trump has also promised he's going to increase the strategic petroleum reserves. All right, 844-844-3388. It's a Friday, brain dead. What's going on?
Oh, Steve, I'm finally doing my last stop, and I'm riding back to Memphis town. But, hey, I got a question for you there, buddy. Do you know, since you're a space buff, I know, so you might be able to get this pretty easy, but you know what happened on February the 20th, 1962?
Oh, not off the top of my head, no.
John Glenn orbited the Earth.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell to you now?
Sure, yeah. I wasn't born yet, but yeah, it does. Yep.
Yeah, so, anyway, you know, you talking about the hockey game. You know, that was a pretty good hockey game. I listened to a majority of it, and, you know, it's just classic, you know, when you're playing for bragging rights in your team, and, you know, they played their guts out. I mean, you can't really hold your head down for that. But has Brother Rambler called in tonight?
Not yet. Not at this point.
See, he is slowly Xing off the days on his calendar because next Saturday is a bigger game than what happened this past evening. See, up there at this place called the Shoe, is the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Detroit Red Wings, and I know he's going to have his phone off the hook. He ain't going to answer a phone call or nothing. He's going to be glued to that game. I guarantee you, Steve. How much you want to bet?
Probably so. Yes.
Yeah, because that's the last of the Stadium Series. So, I mean, what would the forecast be up there? Because I know they're talking here is going to be what in the 60s, 50s, 60s here next weekend.
Yeah, so not this weekend, but the following weekend. Yeah, we really start warming up next week. They're going to be back into the 50s there in Columbus.
See, they should have played it, this weekend when it's actually like sub-freezing out here. Because I mean, I think I was up in Paris earlier. It was 10 degrees above with like about a 0 wind chill. I mean, it was cold. But no, let's get to some racing stuff real fast, Steve. Ron Capps announced that his sponsor for the year in the Funny Car Series is going to be F3 Energy Drink. I never heard of them. I never seen it, but you asked me a question last night about Leah Pruitt if she was going to be driving her, I think it was Top Fuel.
Mm-hmm.
She is not. She announced that she is not going to be driving. So, you know what? Still got other ones out there to look out for. But there is a conspiracy theory, floating around Tony and his wife Leah. And I'm kind of not buying the whole tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. He's selling his house up there in Columbus, Indiana, right?
Yeah, somebody told me that. Asked me how many millions I had. It's a pretty expensive place.
Yeah, it's a nice place too. If you ever look at the pictures.
Yes, it is.
He's closed. Yeah, he closed his foundation, and he pulled out a Stewart Haas Racing. There's a thing going around that he's having money problems. Now I don't know if it's true or not. Don't hold me to it, but when you're looking at the signs on the wall, there's got to be something going on in Denmark that nobody's smelling.
Mm-hmm.
But let's flip over to the NASCAR world now. Joe Gibbs Racing has appealed the penalty that I told you about last night, and they released more details of this. Now, remember NASCAR, this Gen 7 car, it's all plug and play. Everything comes from one manufacturer, and everything's just one and the same. There's no true building of the cars anymore. Well, what had happened was they bolted the spoiler onto the deck lid, and apparently it didn't fit, or the holes were not what they were supposed to be. So this could be a good case, if found, to go in Joe Gibbs' direction. Because what's to say this wasn't a production problem with the deck lids? See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or maybe something with the spoiler. I mean, but I think Joe Gibbs could win that appeal. I mean, it's a no-brainer. When you have stock parts like that, it should be standard no matter what. So, the Cletus McFarland, what do you want to call it? Oh, heck, I'm trying to have a memory, but the effect, the Cletus McFarland effect, had a phenomenal effect on all the races except for the truck race. The truck race, they only drew 900,000 on their viewership, and the viewers for the Daytona 500 was 6.7 million. Now that was up 13% from last year. But the most people watched was during like the 2 p.m. hour, which that peaked at about 8 million. And the Xfinity race was almost at 2 million, and the ARCA race was actually 1.1 million. So a lot of people tuned in to the race over the weekend. And like I said, I mean, not many people watch the ARCA race because Cletus McFarland is going to be running at Talladega coming up, which, you know, it's an adventure in itself if you ever go by there. But Steve, I'm going to give you my picks for this race of the weekend, this weekend in Atlanta. Atlanta is very similar to Texas and very similar to Charlotte. They're cookie cutter mile and a half tracks. So the ones I want to pick for win, place, and show is Ross Chastain, the hometown kid Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney. But my dark horse is going to be Eric Jones, and he's coming up. He did really good at Daytona, so I wonder what he's going to do here this weekend, Steve. But other than that, have a good weekend. We'll catch you on Monday.
All right, we'll see, and we'll follow up there, as they say. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let me see. Got an email from, it's been a long time since we've heard from No Handle Dave. It's because he's running Dave. Steve, I've been out here listening to the podcast daily, but haven't checked in for a while. It's been a crazy, busy whirlwind couple of months. Wife had knee surgery in December, then had sinus surgery 1st of January. Our daughter had her first baby January 28th, giving us our first granddaughter. So now we have 6 grandsons and 1 girl. So you know who's going to extremely be spoiled by Papa, right? Then I got the flu 1st of February, got over that just before having a stress test on Valentine's Day, only to get a call that evening saying it was abnormal. Getting that call about 5 in the afternoon made for a very stressful weekend, not knowing what was going on. We finally got into the cardiologist Wednesday, and looks like I'm going to have a heart cath and probably a stent on March 6th. I guess that means I get to join the club of many others listening out there and yourself. All I know is I'm ready for this winter to be over like so many others. It's been a long one with all this extreme cold and snow. Thursday morning's commute on I-70 across Indiana was another disaster for the Indiana DOT with the light snow we had gotten that night getting packed down and melting only to refreeze and have both lanes headed west from the 131 to Indy covered in black ice in the travel groves. That made for a long drive. Most trucks were still hauling ass, like the roads were clear, of course, but every time I get into the grooves with my little car, you could instantly feel it was getting squirrely. Needless to say, I was well suctioned to the seat, if you know what I mean. Surprisingly, I only saw 1 jackknifed semi in the median, maybe 4 or 5 four-wheelers in the ditch. I hope all the drivers are being safe out there and we can make it through this winter in one piece. All right, finally, there's been so many things happening in the world. I'm very grateful for you and your show to keep us informed with the real facts of what's going on and not the fake news the mainstream tries to feed us. Things are looking up in the U.S. We now have a real leader at the helm. It's been fun watching all these liberals' heads explode with all the greatness that's already happened just since January 20th. All right, I'll be out here listening to the podcast on my daily run from Indy to Rock Island, Illinois, and back once again. I'm still enjoying this solar-powered life, but I do miss catching the show live. All right, thanks for everything you do and keeping us all informed. Stay safe, drivers, and watch out for the crazies. They are amongst us. Signed, No Handle Dave. Thank you much, Dave. Safe travels to you out there as well.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Jesse's on the line. I see you guys coming up here. I want to talk about the congestion pricing in New York City. The fight is on there. First up, Pup, what's happening this morning?
Oh, not much. Just out here holding on the steering wheel. But got big plans for the weekend.
Nothing real big. Hey, the oldest grandson had a birthday, 13 this week, and then the younger grandson, he's celebrating a birthday. Supposed to be having a birthday party thing, so going out to some golf place, driving range and game place.
Hey, I heard a pretty neat story today about the bird flu. But before I tell you this, keep this date in mind. What date was the inauguration date?
Inauguration January 20.
Right. Okay, keep that date in mind. Now, I listened to Joe Pags today, and he had a Dr. Lopez. I believe his name was Jeremy Lopez, but don't hold me to the first name.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a doctor that with the guy that invented the stuff for the vaccination, mRNA or whatever they call that.
That was Dr. Malone.
And,
Dr. Robert Malone was one of the
Malone,
guys.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Those two guys work together. Now, when the COVID and this bird flu started and Biden took over, the agricultural thing got just shy of $200 billion. And if you have a sick animal on the farm and it dies, you don't get anything for it. But if it has that H5N1 bird flu, then they get almost triple for what the bird would actually be worth. You know, like, say, a full-grown chicken laying eggs and stuff's probably worth $12, $14, something like that. So now these guys that are, the birds are dying, are not only making money because it falls under that name, the bird flu, but this is something DOJ needs to look into in Kennedy. But those guys are getting paid money for that. Well, what they're doing with those dead birds is they're taking them out and putting them in a field after they've been gassed and windrowing them. And then if there's mulch available, they put that on top. If not, they just leave them lay out there, and then they'll plow them in the spring. But anyway, out of all of the cases, human cases of bird flu, Only the one guy in Louisiana, because he was 65 and had underlying health issues, died. All the rest of them that have had it
Mild.
have only dealt with the sick or dead animals. Those are the only ones that's ever gotten it. So, and that totals 68 people out of the United States. Now, the reason that I ask you to remember that date, on January the 19th of this year, Moderna was given $596 million to come up with a vaccination, including that mRNA for the vaccine for those birds. But this Dr. Lopez and them say, no, just leave the birds in the house and only take the dead ones out because the rest of them will get herd immunity. And they have come to find out that once those eggs are cooked, it's like the milk when it's pasteurized. There is no evidence of the bird flu, and it can't hurt you. So they're killing these birds just for the money and stuff. But don't you think that's funny that Moderna got that grant the day before Trump got into office? $596 billion.
Yeah, the timing is quite interesting.
Yeah, and this Dr. Lopez, he's going to be a consultant or an advisor, whatever you call it, to Mr. Kennedy. And so I think that, because I've always wondered that, why are they killing the whole house? And it didn't make sense. So,
I mean, they've been saying all along that if one bird gets it, it spreads like wildfire through the entire house. That was my understanding. So they kill them all to stop it.
Well, right. That's what we've been told. But this doctor says, no, that's not the case. So, but Steve, if nothing else, why aren't they just letting the houses go ahead and take the dead birds out, and if the whole house dies, then take them all out? But why are you going in there euthanizing them with gas, to tell you the truth? But why are they going in there doing the whole house? It doesn't make sense. Because, I mean, what was it, that first round or second round, when your wife had COVID, you didn't get it?
That is correct.
I can't remember which
yes,
round
that is
it was.
correct. And I can't recall the next time I did get it. I don't know if she did or not. But all right, we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Cold weather is impacting millions from the plains to the southeast. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
We're still dealing with flooding. We've had a snowstorm on top of that. Now we're going to deal with frigid temperatures. But, folks, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Parts of the East Coast were hit with a ton of snow, and treacherous travel conditions remain an issue, where more than a foot of snow fell in some areas. A Texas mother says bullying led her daughter to committing suicide. 11-year-old Jocelyn Carranza was found dead earlier this month. Her mother claims fellow students insulted her, claiming she was in the country illegally. But a friend of Jocelyn, Genesis Arnall, told WOAI she never heard such taunts.
Yeah, but not to her. I've only heard it about people that are saying that ICE was coming and stuff, but that's all I heard.
The school district says an investigation is currently underway. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Buck, you brought up an interesting subject there. I know that they had come up with this indemnity payments for the farmers to kind of incentivize them to not hide the fact that their flock may be infected with the avian influenza. Now, from the actual Department of Agriculture, well, I just pulled up a few details. The USDA pays for birds and eggs that must be destroyed. We do not pay for birds that died from the avian influenza. The amount of your indemnity payment is based on your flock inventory and standard indemnity values. The Department of Agriculture and state animal health officials work with you to prepare an inventory as soon as the flu is identified in your flock. The inventory lists all living animals in the flock and the current number of eggs on hand, if applicable. They use standardized indemnity tables for birds that are specific to your industry segment and the species you have. We use standardized values for eggs that are specific to their use, table eggs or hatching eggs, to calculate the final amount you'll receive. Fair market value for your birds. The values are updated annually based on nationally recognized data from our Agricultural Marketing Service and the National Agriculture Statistics Service. Blah, blah, blah. They go on down the line. Now, compensation is handled separately from indemnity and covers several categories. And how do you dispose of the birds? He was saying you, in some cases, they're just churning them under if they're, churning them under in the field. I'm thinking that's putting the bird flu out there in the land, isn't it? U.S. Department of Agriculture or our contractors may carry out depopulation and disposal work and pay the cost directly. If you choose to assist in this work or hire your own contractors, we must approve the cost in advance and agree on the methods used. We then reimburse you based on receipts and records of the work done. Depopulation must be done under federal and state supervision in line with applicable regulations. Water-based foam and carbon dioxide gas are the most humane and effective options available in an emergency situation with large numbers of birds. Disposal methods include composting, on-site burial, incineration, rendering, and landfilling. The method chosen must follow state environmental laws. Other factors we consider include the size of the flock, space requirements, and local conditions. We pay flat rates for virus elimination activities, including barn preparation, a cleaning step, and a disinfection step. Those amounts are calculated based on the area of the structures housing animals and eggs. Direct and early payment of a standard amount gives you the resources to conduct those activities. So, yeah, that's from the Department of Agriculture website. But pretty interesting stuff there. Yes, the Department of Agriculture compensates farmers for birds and eggs that are culled. That's the indemnity. Let's see. They pretty much go through the same. The amount of compensation can affect culling efforts, they say. The current system for paying indemnity may be unfair to farms raising birds on pasture. Reimbursements may not match market value. Dairy farmers may not be able to be made completely whole. So there you stand. All right, I know I wanted to get Jesse's been hanging in there for some time. Good morning, Jesse. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you so much for taking my call. This is the first time I'm calling in, actually. Usually I'm just a listener.
First time caller? Okay. I got to get your number here.
Sounds good. How are you doing today?
Got to get you a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secrets. Have you tried our sponsors' products yet?
I tried some of the. It was some lube that you put, like some oil. I forget what the fucking. I tried one of them and I really liked it for my car. But if I wrote down the name, so I'll get it to you when I can. But yeah. I'm trying to get into it more, learn more about it, like different products to use.
All right, so you called about the congestion pricing there in New York, is that?
Yeah, I work in Manhattan, so it's really been messing with me lately. You know, usual tolls are, if you have an easy pass over here, it's like $6-7. But you know the Dems, they just want to take every penny they can from you, as you can see what Musk is uncovering here for us. But I wanted to see if you saw the part. So I think it was this morning on Newsmax. Adam Schiff was in Washington, D.C., and he tried to the way he tried to connect this story to what's going on right now with Elon Musk. He said, it's almost like when Martin Luther King gave his speech and said that all niggers rule the world.
Okay. All right, well, those are things we can't be... Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know. Do we give a $60 code for that? I don't think so. All right, we got the dump button, but yeah. Meanwhile, on to this date is the 21st date of February. Good morning. It's the lovely Dingbat, the finally Friday edition of Interesting Facts. As I hope you have a great weekend. Yes, I have to do that nasty 4-letter word to make up for that 4-letter snow word. She's got to work this weekend. All right, today is National Sticky Bun Day. Yummy. For those who are gluten intolerant, it is National Grain-Free Day. Finally, it's National Caregivers Day, as I salute them for a thankless job. And one last thing, for our friends across the border, it is Yukon Heritage Day. Yukon to the territory, right? All right, the Wayback Machine is warmed up. Please make sure your tray tables are in the upright position. 1848, on this date, Karl Marx and Frederick Engels publish the Communist Manifesto. 1925, the New Yorker magazine was published for the first time. 1931, Alka-Seltzer was invented. Yeah, I remember those commercials growing up. I remember the old plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. 1948, on this date, NASCAR was incorporated. In 1965, this was the date Malcolm X was assassinated. 1970, the Jackson 5 made their television debut on American Bandstand, and it was this date, 1989, Pete Rose meets with the commissioner, Pete Uberoth, discussing his gambling. Okay, and the rest is history. Even with his passing, not in the Baseball Hall of Fame at this juncture. That's it for today. Safe travels out there, and God bless all the listeners out there. Had the incident here last week, the aircraft carrier colliding with another vessel. You say, how in the world does that happen with all the modern technology we have on this? Well, the captain of the U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that collided at sea with the merchant vessel has been stripped of command. Captain Dave Snowden removed from command of the USS Harry S. Truman this past day due to a loss of confidence in his ability to command, according to the U.S. Naval Institute report, citing a congressional notification that it reviewed confirmed by a Navy official. It was on the 12th of this month. The Nimitz-class carrier collided with the merchant ship, the MV Beskitas, near the entrance to the Suez Canal off the coast of Egypt. Now, no injuries reported on either vessel. The merchant ship reportedly was sailing under the flag of Panama, owned by Synergy Ship Management of Turkey. But the collision indeed pierced the Truman's hull above the waterline on the starboard quarter of the ship and damaged a flight deck extension called a sponson located aft of the starboard elevator. No injuries, but the carrier that had deployed in September from Norfolk, Virginia, is now in the port at Suda Bay in Greece for inspection and repair. Damage assessed includes the exterior wall of 2 storage rooms and a maintenance space, according to the U.S. 6th Fleet. External to the ship, damage assessed includes a line handling space, the fantail, and the platform above one of the storage spaces. Aircraft elevator number 3 sustained no damage and is fully operational. The captain was a 1996 graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, a career fighter pilot before taking command of the Truman. He was the ship's executive officer. He also commanded the amphibious warship, the USS San Antonio. The Navy says Captain Christopher Hill, commander of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, also a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered carrier, will be the interim commander on the Truman. Hill commanded the Eisenhower during an extended deployment to support Operation Prosperity Guardian. That was a multinational coalition established to counter attacks by the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. Throughout much of last year, and I think they're still patrolling for some of that, but it is 844-844-3388 a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, who next on the list here at 844-844-3388? I do believe, is that Buckwheat?
Yes, it is, Steve. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing all right. How about yourself? Happy Friday.
Oh, we're doing fine. Thankfully it's Friday. Tomorrow I'm off, so I'm not sure what I'm doing. But, yeah, I just want to, I think it was end of last week or it was the beginning of this week, Interstate 80 at mile marker 34 in New Jersey is closed on the eastbound lanes because of sinkholes. And in this area, I think back around Christmas time, it was closed for some time, and they say there's old iron ore mines underneath the roadway that are collapsing. And I read an article yesterday or the day before about they found a total of 90 more voids in around that area underneath the highway. So they say it's going to be closed for quite some time. So anybody running 80 east in New Jersey there will have a detour. I don't normally run that area, so I'm not sure what the detour is, but I think 46 runs pretty close to there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it'll take a little bit extra time. And yesterday somebody had asked about the tolls on the GW Bridge. I normally don't pay them because we got Easy Pass in our trucks, but from what I could find out, the regular toll without Easy Pass is $123 for a truck, $123.50, I think. Then if with Easy Pass, it's $103 in change overnight and $108 during the day. And they make about $1 million revenue a day going across the GW Bridge. And so they bring in a lot of money in the the guy that you had read his email, whatever.
Yeah.
He said that bridge is so rough. Well, they did pave it this past fall, and they have expansion joints about every 100 feet. So the area that they pave, the deck that they pave, is real nice and smooth. But when you hit those expansion joints, it seems like the pavement is about 3 inches higher than the expansion joints. So you're going across that bridge going bump-a-da-bump-a-bump-a-bump from hitting the expansion joints. But, yeah, they sort of messed it up a little bit. But anyhow, it is what it is. I guess that's their speed bumps to try to keep people at 50 mile an hour. But, yeah. But, anyhow, about this bird flu, me and a couple guys get together on Tuesday mornings and from church, and one of the guys made mention that he remembered back, I'm not sure how many years ago, his brother had a chicken house. And when they had the avian flu, they would go in and just pick out the dead birds that died and leave the rest of the birds alone. And he said that about half the flock would make it. And I just read something yesterday that somebody was saying that, once a half the chickens that make it, they get herd immunity, and they're great breeding stock for the next flock because they'd be more resistant to the bird flu.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I guess the same thing as with COVID. You get many different ideas, and yeah, it's the egg price is way sky high. I delivered some eggs to a place up in New York where they sell to restaurants, Restaurant Depot. And the last Monday in January, it was $200 a case for 30 dozen. And 2 weeks later, it was $230 a case. So that's what restaurants are paying. That works out for like $7 a dozen. And yeah, it is ridiculous. But I have an egg supplier that they're only charging me $3 a dozen. So a local person that just has a flock out, a couple dozen chickens. And
yeah.
So yeah. So I have a benefit. But anyhow, so that's yesterday when Horse Feathers was saying about this little bit of snow and stuff that came around here yesterday, I was coming back on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and I came across some people coming towards me flashing the lights, and then I seen traffic was slowing down, so I started slowing down, and this truck behind me, he was flashing his lights. He didn't quite understand why I was slowing down, but we come up there was a pickup truck flipped on its side, and I just thought no emergency personnel were there yet, but as I was traveling for the last 20 miles or so, there was an ambulance, just traveling down the road, and they pulled in and turned their lights on, and I just thought they were at the right place at the right time. I'm not sure if the person needed help or not, but it was flipped up with the cab up against the Jersey wall. So yeah, it was sort of neat how God brought emergency personnel when the person needed them at the time of their need.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, so anyhow, but yeah, I have taken a bunch of boiler parts to New York City this morning. An old trailer load full of cast iron boiler parts that get manufactured in New York, and then we take them up to New York City. And yeah, it's a little bit different work today, but anyhow. So yeah, well, that's all I have this morning, and we'll speak to you later.
All right. Well, hey, appreciate you checking in. Thanks for the update. Yeah, and I saw that they had that one sinkhole that opened on I-80. They were just about doing the finishing touches on that particular sinkhole, and they saw kind of a dip a little bit down the interstate there, and they went to check it out, started boring some holes in, and yet another massive sinkhole opened up there. So since I had not heard that they had found numerous other areas, I knew it was old mines. I thought it was coal mines, whatever kind of mines they were, beneath what ultimately was the interstate bed. But yeah, we were talking egg prices. It's become a commodity that's many folks are trying to smuggle into the country. As the cost of eggs surge, more are attempting to bring eggs across the U.S.-Mexico border, according to authorities. There was a 29% increase in eggs being confiscated at ports of entry between October of last year and this. Now, they say it's common practice for some to just go get some groceries or medication and cross the border. People may not realize that raw eggs are actually on the prohibited list. You're not allowed to bring them in. But he advised anyone with eggs, declare them at the border. The eggs will remain with agents. But he said the shopper's more likely to be warned rather than fined if you declare them. Travelers are prohibited from bringing eggs, raw chicken, and live birds into the U.S. from Mexico. You should also declare all agriculture products to Customs and Border Protection and agriculture specialist, or you could face potential fines. CBP says civil penalties for failure to declare prohibited agricultural products may range up to $1,000 per first-time offense for non-commercial quantities. Indeed, there's been an uptick in eggs being intercepted at the ports of entry. I guess they're still a lot cheaper there in Mexico. Surely the bird flu is not just here. It's got to be over there as well. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Back after this.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's mass firings of government employees can continue for now. Multiple labor unions recently filed a lawsuit trying to block the administration's layoffs of thousands of probationary employees. Today, a judge denied that bid, stating that the federal court was not the appropriate venue for that suit. The IRS is preparing to lay off some 6,000 employees starting today.
This comes at the busiest time of the year for the tax collection agency. The IRS will primarily let go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's effort to reduce the federal government workforce. It also comes as multiple reports say the Department of Government Efficiency is looking to get access to the IRS taxpayer data system. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Senate has confirmed Kash Patel as the next director of the FBI.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The confirmation is confirmed.
Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins were the only Republicans who voted against Patel. Ken Delanian is in Washington, D.C.
If you look at his public statements in the past, he really focused on the idea that the FBI was politicized, that he needed to root out bad actors within the FBI. But today he's looking forward and talking about going after criminals and terrorists.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
Israel's military says one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas was not a hostage. The bodies released included 2 children, aged 4 and 9 months. Another was supposed to be the children's mother, but forensic analysis confirmed it was not her. The Israeli Defense Forces say this is a very serious violation by Hamas. The hostages were kidnapped on October 7th, 2023, during the Hamas attack on Israel. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 450 points. The S&P 500 fell by 26 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 93 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration is not sitting well with liberal leaders in the big cities of Texas. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is promising legislation that would force the state sheriffs to work with Homeland Security.
So that they're trained, their jailers are trained, their jailers have a database so they can turn people over to ICE.
Last week, the interim police chief in Dallas said his agency will not take part in ICE raids and posted to social media that there's no room for fear in their community. The Vatican says Pope Francis is resting well and that blood tests show a slight improvement after he was diagnosed with pneumonia in both of his lungs. Journalist Alina Trabatini says, according to the latest update, Francis was able to get up and eat breakfast in an armchair.
Overall, it does seem to be getting much, much better, but the context, his medical condition, is very complicated.
The Pope received a visit yesterday from Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who said she found him alert and responsive, adding that he has not lost his well-known sense of humor. United Healthcare is offering some employees buyouts.
The offer comes amidst a turbulent year for the insurance company, which posted record revenue while dealing with a massive cyber attack and the murder of its CEO, Brian Thompson, in December. The buyouts are targeted at employees in the company's benefits operations unit. Those who decline the offer will either keep their jobs or get a comparable position. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we get that final hour off and rolling here, room for you at 844-844-3388. Some of the latest developments this past day. The Trump administration has halted the participation of U.S. scientists in key United Nations climate change assessments. Several sources familiar with the situation, part of the broader withdrawal from the climate change mitigation efforts and multilateral cooperation. The stop work order affects staff members of the U.S. Global Change Research Program and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, who engage with a key working group of that Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That's the guys that have been juggling, manipulating, faking the numbers for years. Now, this means the United States will not attend a major IPCC plenary meeting in China next week to plan the 7th Global Climate Assessment. Now, the White House declined to comment. The State Department did not respond to requests. The power of the IPCC is that governments, businesses, and global institutions can operate with shared conclusions. The U.S. being completely removed from that process is concerning, according to the Delta member of the Union of the Concerned Scientists. While American scientists will be in attendance and continue to work on climate research used by the IPCC, the absence of the U.S. in the process will indeed be felt. China's foreign ministry this past day said they were unaware of the withdrawal. The U.S. is a co-chair along with Malaysia of a working group of climate mitigation or ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the U.S. had also pledged about $1.5 million to support the IPCC, although that money had not yet been appropriated by Congress. But this comes as withdrawal. Does not come as a surprise to climate scientists. President Trump has moved to withdraw the U.S. once again from the Paris Climate Agreement, claw back U.S. global climate money, and sever international partnerships when it comes to climate. While here at home, Senator Joni Ernst unveiling legislation this past day that would short-circuit the failed $7.5 billion electric vehicle program instituted by President Biden. Ernst proposed the Unplug the Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Programs Act to end Biden's failed electric vehicle charging program from the so-called infrastructure bill, formerly known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Despite the lofty goal of creating this network of charging stations all over the country, We built 59 stations in 3 years, despite $7.5 billion in funding. Joe Biden's green dreams short-circuited. And it's time to pull the plug, says Ernst. This electric vehicle charger boondoggle is a textbook example of waste and inefficiency that needs to be eliminated. Instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars per charging station, I'm doing something truly revolutionary in Washington, putting the taxpayers first. Ernst, as the Senate DOGE chair, unveiled a $2 trillion plan, which includes the bill to scrap the funding for electric vehicles, to slash federal spending, and reduce the size of federal government. The Trump administration in early February had halted the program. The new leadership at the Department of Transportation has decided to review the policies underlying the implementation of this electric vehicle formula program. And all prior versions of this guidance are rescinded. As a result of the rescission of the formula program guidance, the Federal Highway Administration is also immediately suspending the approval of all state electric vehicle infrastructure deployment or their plans for all fiscal years. Therefore, effective immediately, no new obligations may occur under this formula until the updated program guidance is issued and new state plans are submitted and approved. Yeah, back in May of last year, you had then Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who was asked by CBS News Face the Nation, can you explain to us why only 8 of the promised electric vehicle stations had been built? Yeah, what was supposed to be thousands and thousands of these things around the country. I can't remember what his response was. Something along the lines, well, these things take time. They can't happen overnight, right? All right, Eagle back on board this Friday morning. What you got for us, Eagle? I think Eagle may have dozed off. I can definitely... He's out there. Is there anybody out there? Blind man, good morning.
Good morning. Guess what, Steve? You forgot something.
What's that?
Guess who was in orbit on the 20th? John Glenn.
Yes.
I'll never forget that day.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't on Dingbat's list, but yeah, Brain Dead did mention that earlier, the anniversary of John Glenn, first orbit of the Earth.
Because I remember my mother took me to an optician for some special glasses, a microscopic type of glasses, which would enable me to read regular print, not for long periods of time, but at least I could do some more reading on my own in school, and that was a huge help. And I remember when we transferred on the MTA, this is up in Boston, everybody had their portable radios going and listening to the blast off while we were waiting for a transfer.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my thing for today. John Glenn orbiting the Earth 3 times, I believe it was. Got home, watched it on TV, and Walter Cronkite was really excited about it. Wow, he's in orbit. Perth, Australia left their lights on, and he could see the lights down below. You know, that type of description.
Yeah.
So, all right, sir. You have a good day, and I'll yak at you some other time.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you once again there, blind man. Like you said, sounding a lot better these days. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Got a feel for these drivers in California. They may end up out of a job. More than 70 Port of Los Angeles truck drivers on strike, demonstrating this past day in protest of changes in pay and rising health insurance cost. The Southern Counties Express drivers on strike gathered outside the Compton area truck depot about 5 o'clock Thursday morning demanding contract negotiations, stating they forced us to change our pay. So we were hourly, and now we are pay per load, according to one of the participating drivers. They're increasing our health insurance from $30 a week for me, a family of three, to give or take $180 a week. He and other drivers say that the pay change was not in their contracts. Well, we work out of the ports. We used to get about $31 an hour. Now we're getting paid per load, and some of the rates are about $20, depending on the location. Now, the trucking company itself released a statement regarding the demonstration. Southern Counties Express, disappointed in the union's decision to strike. The company has explained its financial hardships to the union, and the union ignored our pleas for help. The company has enacted its best offer, which included several items requested from the union. Under the company's offer, many drivers are receiving higher pay, and those who do not like the offer have the option to take a voluntary buyout. Southern Counties Express will do everything in its power to protect our customers and the job security of the team members. The company's door remains open for further bargaining with the union. We are hoping to make an impact on them. We're hoping that this will give us an opportunity to maybe renegotiate. All right, pay per load. And I never worked out of the ports, but I know in many cases you'll sit in line for hours waiting for a load. So if you were an hourly employee and you're waiting 2 hours in line that's 2 hours of no compensation, right? You're paid per load. It is 844-844-3388.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Hello to Truck and Phil this Friday. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 17 degrees at Fort Wayne. We're going up to 32 today. You may hit the freezing mark. Same here. That's what our forecast high is. And we're looking forward to the 40s next week. All right, big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everyone, from Truckin' and Phil. Semper Fi. All right, who was it that mentioned... Brain Dead brought up Tony Stewart's lavish estate. Well, at the time when it first hit the market at $30 million, that's a little bit out of my price range. Yeah, even at the now reduced price, Tony Stewart, they say, the NASCAR legend, put his lavish 415-acre Hidden Hollow Ranch in Columbus, Indiana for sale. This is not a new listing. Rather, Smoke had initially put out this lavish property on sale 2 years ago with a price tag of $30 million. Yeah, the ranch became one of the most expensive properties to be on the market in Indiana state history. Well, there's no shortage of amenities inside this rustic mansion. The Hidden Hollow Ranch has a rustic and natural theme that features a 2-story waterfall and a flowing stream at its entrance. The house comes with a gaming arena, a golf simulator, and an Onyx bar. That's not it. The biggest room inside the property features an 8,700-gallon freshwater aquarium. It also has a 9-acre lake. This property is unique, given its close ties to the forest ecosystem. Animals like turkey, deer, and elk can be spotted. And yes, the property is licensed for hunting. Yeah, despite the appeal and that luxurious feel, the buyers were not willing to shell out $30 million to claim ownership. This has forced Tony to put out a more discounted price of $22.5 million in a bid to attract buyers for the ranch. So he's taken a $7.5 million cut from the initial offer, but the agent, his real estate agent, revealed the reason behind the discounted rate at which the Hidden Hollow Ranch is now listed. We strive to ensure that our pricing remains competitive and in line with the current market trends, ultimately offering the best value. This adjustment allows us to present the property at a price that accurately reflects its worth in today's market. So it should be a fair, attractive opportunity for interested parties. Apart from what industry insiders say, is there any other reason why the NASCAR veteran is gathering all he can for now? That's where Brain Dead kind of alluded to it's rumors and rumblings of maybe that he's having financial difficulty. Running in the NHRA, I do know that Tony is indeed. He's going to be running this year again for his wife, Leah, in the Top Fuel Dragster, as he did last year. Got the Rookie of the Year last year, as a matter of fact, but it's cost a lot of money to run in that. And I think here about a month or two ago, they did announce the Tony Stewart Foundation. the nonprofit charitable organization, they were shuttering that as well. I don't. Where did the pieces of the puzzle all come together? Meanwhile, Friday, and hey, the anonymous hippopotamus. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back again here. So, well, that's kind of sad to hear. Maybe you and the princess could go in on that. You could have yourselves an Airbnb. You think the princess would be up for taking care of that place to run it as an Airbnb?
Yeah, how much of those acres have to be mowed is my question.
Well, the question is how many beers per acre is it to do it when you're doing it? I mean,
415 acres. Good Lord, that's a mass. Obviously, there's a lot of woods. A lot of area to go hunting. And that's massive.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'd have to get your John Deere riding tractor, though. Maybe get an Uncle Buster to come up there and mow the grass. He's got one of them John Deere tractors. So, anyways, hey, I've forgotten there, and coming out of Philadelphia there is the SS United States is now under tow. We're able to get it at a low tide position to bring it out underneath. I believe the Walt Whitman Bridge was the holdup, but they brought it out of its mothballs and storage area, and it's under tow to go down to the coast of Alabama and go to the bottom. They're going to sink it, Your Honor. And,
really?
Use it as an artificial reef.
Wow.
And that ship actually holds the distinction there of having the fastest time from shore to shore across the East American Ocean there. So, anyways, it's just kind of a part of our history that nobody ever wanted to kind of pick back up and keep it brought back up. But ships are expensive to maintain and keep up and everything. But it is kind of sad because that ship was back used in World War II to take troops back and forth across the ocean, and as I say, it did set the record of the time for crossing the body of water. So
wow.
Anyways, but it got a pretty good farewell salute. There was a bunch of fire boats out there spraying water over top of it as it left down through I believe the Delaware River, and headed out. And but as far as I know, under tow all the way down, and gonna go all the way around the Florida Keys and then come back up into the Gulf of America and then end up off the coast of Alabama where she'll be put down and laid down at the bottom of the Gulf of America. I guess it's pretty fitting to have the SS United States at the bottom of the Gulf of America. That sounds pretty fitting, though, if you have to have a burial spot for it.
That's correct.
So anyways, I just thought I'd toss that out since we were talking a little bit of history here with things going on. And yeah, I wasn't around much for that. What was it? Was it Mercury 7? Is that the one that John Glenn was on when he? Yeah. So anyways, with that, we'll let you get out there and do your news thing and look for one more or two maybe intelligent callers for the last half hour of the show there, Your Honor, on a Casual Friday.
Casual Friday, yes, and we've got lines available for those intelligent callers. It's 844-3388. So we knew the word was coming down at some point this week. Looks like about 6,000 IRS workers getting a notification they'll be out of a job. 6,000. Back after this. Yes, a Casual Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's mass firings of government employees can continue for now. Multiple labor unions recently filed a lawsuit trying to block the administration's layoffs of thousands of probationary employees. Today, a judge denied that bid, stating that the federal court was not the appropriate venue for that suit. The IRS is preparing to lay off some 6,000 employees starting today.
This comes at the busiest time of the year for the tax collection agency. The IRS will primarily let go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's effort to reduce the federal government workforce. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 450 points. The S&P 500 fell by 26 points. The Nasdaq dropped by 93 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
right, as we mentioned, the CPAC, as they call it, the Conservative Political Action Conference, kicking off this past day, speaking on location, many speakers. James Comer of Kentucky said the momentum is there to drain the swamp, noting that this convention feels different than those of past years because the Republican Party fought and won. Now, I said, unfortunately, we have many more battles to fight, but I can tell you, Congress is behind the president. Now, we got a few Republican outliers here and there, but they've all heard from their constituents back home. All of his nominees are getting confirmed, and I think the momentum's there. I think we're going to drain the swamp and indeed make America great again, and the crowd could feel that. He said Trump is restoring common sense. This is the will of the people. There's a lot of old guard senators and representatives that want to keep doing business as usual, but they're all announcing they're not running again. It's going to be a new Congress, and hopefully we're going to be where the Republican Party base is, and that is to indeed put America first. Another speaker at CPAC, none other than Elon Musk, now described as senior advisor to President Trump, the driving force behind Doge, who unveiled the chainsaw for bureaucracy at the CPAC this past day. His interview with Rob Schmidt, with Newsmax, the host Rob Schmidt, the Argentine president, Javier Milei, presented Elon with the actual chainsaw, to which Elon said, "This is the chainsaw of bureaucracy." Up to that point, Musk had detailed how easy it is to cut waste in federal government given the sheer scale of it. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing you've encountered when you go to D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the sheer scale of the expenditures and how easy it is when you add caring and competence where it was absent before. You can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour's time. It's wild. All right. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he said he took Democrats to task over their criticisms of his cutting waste and fraud. He said it just shows they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who works hard, pays taxes, and then they say, oh, well, $1 million doesn't matter. And I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people. I mean, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, when you're the numbers have got so mind-boggling in D.C. when you're talking the tune of trillions of dollars. Yeah, $1 million to them is like you or I losing $1. You wouldn't be all that heartbroken over $1. Now, if you lost $100, you're like, well, that's a lot to us. To them, $1 million. Oh, it's no big deal. Just another buck. Eagle wakes up here. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm back in action again. Yeah, got a couple of things I wanted to go over, Steve, before the end of the show. You're not gonna be on. Yeah, you're not gonna be on this weekend. Let's see, on Saturday and Sunday. So, right. Yeah, so I definitely want to get in on the last deal. Okay, now, Steve, let's talk about this situation with Mexico and the cartel individuals. Okay, Trump wants to go in and do his thing, but he still got to get authority from Mexico's president to try to go in and get these people. Because it'll be better for both countries if these guys are put out of business. So Trump, he's got to do something. I'm not going against Trump. I said something a couple of weeks ago. I shouldn't have said that, but Trump is definitely doing the right thing. I believe he's already, took the first step by, shutting the border and then getting people out. And now he's trying to get the drugs out. And, the next step is to get into Mexico. So hopefully he can get a relationship going with them and get something going with Canada, because I'm hearing now that the Mexican, the cartel people are thinking that somehow they're going to try to get the people in through Canada now, because they figure their border is not, the northern border is not going to be strong. That's where they're wrong at. Donald Trump is enforcing the northern border just like he is doing the southern border. So it's going to be hard for him to get in now with what Trump is doing. And I really believe that he's doing the right thing, and people need to get in. People need to join in, Steve. And but the main thing I wanted to talk about is these democratically run governors and mayors of a country. This guy Adams is in a bad position. He wants to stick with Trump, but he's got his governor that's putting pressure on him. She ought to be ashamed of herself, and she ought to be terminated from her job, Steve, for trying to tell him not to cooperate with Tom Homan and the ICE units to get these people out. She's putting all kind of pressure on him. He got to make a decision, or if he's going to stay on Trump's team, or if he's going to go with her and continue allowing New York to go down in the gutter. But he shouldn't even have to make that decision because Kathy Holt, whatever her name is, she's been a disaster for governor. She needs to be out, and he get a real governor in there, somebody who's not going to put pressure on somebody to go against somebody just because she doesn't like them when the safety of the city is at hand. And it's really a bad deal that she got going on, and hopefully Tom Homan will look into it and figure out what's going on, because she has no business trying to stop Tom Homan and his people from arresting people that are here illegally and in New York City. It's simple as that. She doesn't like it. She needs to go somewhere else and find another job. But Tom Homan is going to do the job with or without her in his way. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, it was last week that, of course, Pam Bondi said she's filing a lawsuit against both Governor Hochul and what's her name, Letitia James, I think, there in New York. Last Wednesday, alleging that a state law is unconstitutional and infringing on the federal government's ability to curb illegal immigration. The lawsuit centered on the state's driver's license access and privacy acts, otherwise referred to as the Green Light Law, which allows New Yorkers to apply for a driver's license regardless of legal status. In an atypically political press conference for the nation's top lawyer, Bondi signaled that her department would continue to target jurisdictions over their compliance with the Trump administration's aims, noting that a similar lawsuit had been filed in Illinois about a week earlier. New York, she said, has chosen to prioritize illegals over American citizens. It stops today. Now, she stated her office had filed charges against the state of New York. The matter is a civil lawsuit filed against Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder, the head of the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, they go through, it's a 16-page lawsuit. They go through it all, how the likes of Hochul and Letitia James responded to it. It is similar to the lawsuit. Is it similar to the lawsuit against Illinois and Chicago, where they filed suit, Governor Pritzker, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, the Cook County Board of Commissioners president, all listed as defendants in that particular suit, alleging that the local policies have the purpose and effect of making it more difficult and deliberately impeding federal officials' ability to carry out their responsibility in those jurisdictions. All right, so getting it done. All right, Buster. Been a while since we heard from Buster, hadn't it? Morning.
Hey, Steve. Hey, we need to add Michigan, and we need to add California. I mean, those have really got some wild immigration laws, so let's go after those, Pam. Good job. I mean, I'm telling you, Steve, it's been great. It's so refreshing, and I don't need 5,000. I'll take 2,000. Put the rest on the deficit. But it's sad, all this money. Well, Steve, one thing is that UPS, all packages going to the east of Knoxville has to go to Nashville first, and get shuffled, and then it gets on a truck and goes toward Asheville because we're not a hub right now. We're just a center. Nashville, Lexington, Chattanooga, and Atlanta is our main feeders because everything has to go. It's wild, and all this good cold weather. It's been very unique, like a Chinese water drill. How I'll go to the podcast, Steve. Just give me an insight when what day was Monkey Gouger on, so I can listen. And also, we talk up Matt's because we know it's coming up, and then there's supposed to be a ceremony or a celebration of Monkey Gougers because I think he said he was going to retire come Matt's.
All right, turns out the Gouger, we did not actually end up hearing from him this week. When I talked to him there, late last week or whenever it was, he said he would call in here. He was planning on Tuesday, but I still have not heard from the Gouger. And honestly, I mean, I'm assuming he's going to be there in Louisville for the big truck show.
They're supposed to have a ceremony and have something for him as I remember what was said last April.
Yes.
He was kind of proud that was going to recognize him.
He was kind of
saying
my
buddy
this was going to be
partially.
He was saying this was going to be his last truck show.
Excuse me, but my buddy who lives in Iowa listens to the 1 hour show out of Cincinnati for trucking, and I told him, I said, do you hear Monkey Gouger on it or talk about Matt's? Let us know if you hear anything on Monkey Gouger's celebration of 50 years of truck driving. So, all right, Stephen, have a blessed weekend.
All right, yep, I'll let you know. Yeah, if he does have an opportunity to check in, maybe next week. Morning, Brother Rambler. What'd you think of that hockey game? Wow.
Brother, it was a good game. I loved it. It was exciting. Man, my heart goes out for Matthew Tkachuk. I don't think he tore a groin muscle, but he definitely pulled it. God bless him. He just looked at the trainer and basically said, look, I can't go. He wanted to. He was number 7 in the rotation to get out there. He just couldn't go. He just could not go. And my God, that goalie, what's his name, Bennett? There's a reason why he is the best goalie in the NHL. Oh man, he's very good. And I did not know. And I've been a hockey fan. Look, I've been a Red Wings fan and a hockey fan. I started following hockey back in 96 when we had the Mobile Mystics along the Gulf Coast. And I was a season ticket holder and really fell in love with the Detroit Red Wings. And, back in 97 when they had that awesome run with Chris Osgood as the goalie. And, of course, Steve Yzerman and, of course, Vladimir Kozlov, who God bless his heart. He got in that limousine accident that shortened his career and permanently disabled him for the rest of his life. But I never knew that Brad Marchand was a Canadian. And he's been with the Boston Bruins. He's the number 1 goon in hockey. I didn't know he was Canadian. Didn't have a clue. But yet they were cheering for him because, to the people in Boston, that's their guy, It was a good game. You know, like I said, I've been a Red Wings fan forever, and it was nice to see Dylan Larkin, captain of the Red Wings, have a phenomenal game. And man, we all get back to normal. You know, hockey season kicks off again. 12:00 noon. Minnesota Wild plays. You know, host to the Red Wings play host to the Minnesota Wild, who are 33-12. That's a pretty good record in hockey. So we're going to have our hands full, Steve.
Well,
all our Canadian listeners, go ahead. I'm sorry, Steve.
Was Brain Dead's assertion that 1 week from tomorrow you will be glued because you've got the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Detroit Red Wings?
Yes, and I tell you what, and they're playing outdoor at the Horseshoe where the Buckeyes play. That is correct. I went on NHL their website to look at the jerseys, and I'm when it comes to the Red Wings, I mean I'm a huge Patrick Kane fan. I love Dylan Larkin. My wife loves Alex DeBrincat, and my wife said if I was a little bit younger, I would go after it. I said, yeah. I see him leaving and wanting to get with an old Southern gal that's going to cook fried chicken and make him fat and out of shape. But a jersey. Just a standard jersey is going for about $442 because they're going to be wearing this one time.
Wow!
So the Detroit Red Wings jersey just going to be plain white with Detroit written on the front, and of course the Blue Jackets jersey would be their colors. You know, I guess it's navy or royal blue. Yeah, it is amazing how much that it's going for. Yes, I will be watching, and it's going to be fun. I think the forecast calls for it being cold. It would be awesome if it's a little bit of flurries in the air. You know, that would be amazing.
I did pull up the forecast. Man. They're going to warm up close to 50 toward midweek next week, but then the forecast for like Friday, Saturday, they're saying highs of about like 39 right now. So it'll be winter like.
It'll be perfect hockey playing weather. Going out there, now, of course, Ohio State Buckeyes, the defending national champions, are going into their house, going to play hockey. It's supposed to be sold out.
Wow.
I wish I could get a ticket and go. That would be so amazing. I was just Lord Weiss and I were talking here a moment ago. We got talking about driving and everything, and Mrs. Rambler, we're already planning another trip. She's ready to go back to Detroit to go watch our Red Wings play, and she wants to drive. I looked at her, I'm like, I drive 410 miles 5 days a week. That's the last thing I want to do is drive. I said, we'll just book a flight and just fly up there and just do what we did last time. Either rent a car, get Uber, just whatever. But we're going back. We support our team. I'm not a Detroit native. I mean, I had a girlfriend that was in Wyandotte years ago, but that's as close to a Detroit native as I ever become being. I've always been in love with that team, along with the Dallas Stars. I've always liked the Dallas Stars, but I've always been a diehard Red Wings fan. And my fandom started back in 97. So, but congratulations to our Canadian listeners who are hockey fans. I know I picked on you a little bit about drinking maple syrup. We're going to make you drink maple syrup, and you can go eat your Canadian bacon. And if space aliens come and invade Earth, come eat as Ian Punnett used to say, God rest his soul, come eat the Canadian stars. They taste like maple. All joking aside, I'm the one eating maple flavored crow. So hats off to you. Yes, Canada, I guess they had the bragging rights to say they are the best hockey team in the world. So hats off, Steve. I want to remind everyone that if you're not doing nothing this weekend, we are having church over at Determined Ministries Church. Just go to Facebook, type it up, and you'll see me. I'm trying to lose some more weight where I can look like I did in that picture. That's when I really went full on keto, and man, I got down to 218 pounds in that video. I mean, in that picture that you'll see right there. And you'll also see pinned at the top. And I won't tell the story again on Steve Summers, but if you tune into Determined Ministries Church and you look at the picture of that tree branch going through the windshield, well, that's a pretty interesting story about how God can save a person's life. And when I mean God, I mean the very hand of God himself snatches someone out of the way from certain death. But come on and be with us. The message this Sunday, Steve, we're going to compare and contrast Psalms 23 with John chapter 10. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And Jesus says in John chapter 10, I am the good shepherd. I am the door that the sheep go in and out of to find good pasture. So come on, be with us. Steve, we go live at 5 o'clock p.m. And we'd love to have you sing some of your old gospel songs and some of the ones you grew up listening to, praising God with. We love just to have you come on. And, Steve, I want to tell you, I don't see a single face, but when I see the same people logging on, it's a family. I mean, I've never seen Miss Millie, who we need to be praying for, Russell, Pappy, Gilligan, and these are some of the ones, Lee Timmons, these are some of the ones that just log on. Timothy Mother's Paul, he's with us every religiously. I mean, they're every single Sunday. So we thank you so much. But God, before I get off here, there is another show that I want to tell you about. And I tell you about it at the end of every service about Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive.
You do.
Steve is live every Sunday, unless he says he is off. He's live every Sunday, 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. So tune in and be a first-time caller. Don't be shy. Don't be nervous. Be a first-time caller. Get yourself that $60 Hot Shot Secret Good at hotshotsecret.com. I believe that's a website, ain't it? hotshotsecret.com or hotshot.com. I think it's hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshotsecret.com,
so,
yes.
That's right. Listen, God's children, be praying for Russell Miller. He's in the hospital with the flu. His wife's been in the hospital. There's some people that donated to his GoFundMe. We're not skimming you out of the money. This man really needs it. Help a brother out. And let's be praying for each other. And I leave you with this, God's children, and that is love. Jesus says, love thy God with all your heart and love thy neighbor as you love yourself. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Everyone have a great weekend. Go Red Wings. Go Jesus. We love you, and we'll talk to you later. Goodbye, Steve.
All right. We will chat at some point in time next week, Brother Rambler. Thank you very much. And that is correct, hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, if you place an order there, anytime you place an order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get an additional 10% off your entire order just for being a listener to the show, overnightdrive.com. We close it out. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. And yes, we will be back at the midnight hour Eastern time on a Sunday night into a Monday for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except tonight